Good. I'm just waiting to see if I can get the transcoder right now. Yay. First try today. Welcome everybody. This is stream number 442. I'm accompanied today by my co-pilot. He might look asleep, but he's actually deep in thought. And if I do anything wrong, he will let me know telepathically. This is how it works, right? So I'm going to work on some of the same stuff I did a couple years ago. Stream 243, 244. Only this time it's going to be in Rust. So I want to implement this login with Twitch feature that I have in my game. Let's go look at it. This button here. So this doesn't do anything right now, but what I wanted to do is forward to Twitch a request to log in through Twitch and be able to say, yes, okay, I trust this app, and then bounce back to my game and then send a JWT to the server, which will get its signature verified there to basically establish that I am who I say I am on Twitch. Yep, the beast. See, look, he rotated slightly. He's letting me know that, yes, that is indeed the correct plan for today. So yeah, I'm going to work on this feature. So the first step is to have that button actually go to Twitch. That part should be the easiest part. I just need to recall what is the redirect URL. I'm going to cheat and just open up the existing app I have right here. Player console source. I'm going to guess it's in middleware authentication. Twitch. Login, authenticate. Okay, there's a JWT. It might not be might not be an authentication. Might be a game connection actually. Okay, this is to request an Oauth token. Here we go. Login through Twitch. Okay, so this is the URL id.twitch.tv/oauth2/authorize. We have to fill in our client ID and our redirect URI and say that we want a token back that is just for OpenID, which is basically identify this user. Give me a token that will allow me to identify them. And then we're going to generate a number used once. I need to find out where that comes from. Oh, there we go. Window crypto. So we need to get a cryptographically strong random number. Use it as a number to be used once. Say OpenID. We want a token back, and redirect back to us with OmniRain's client ID. Hey there, Nui. Yeah, these I already have in my environment. Let me put a bookmark here. C17R, greetings. How are you today? A bookmark there. Where's my other bookmark? Okay, I don't need that one anymore. I don't need this one. I worked last night on some WebSocket stuff. Okay, so here's where in the back end we're going to be processing the JWT we get. I'll need that bookmark for later. Hope everyone's having a great day today. This will probably be the last week that I stream for a while because I'm starting a new job next week and I haven't gotten the approval to stream once I join them. Got your second COVID shot Saturday. Nice. Yeah, a lot of people get like some kind of like fatigue or soreness or sometimes even like a fever for a little bit, right? Those common reactions. It's great though you got vaccinated. Can't wait until I'm authorized to get one. Where I live, it's still I think 50 and above or 55 and above. I'm not quite that old yet. And I don't have an underlying health condition that would allow me to get it yet. I think I am supposed to be going to the new app and looking for the place where this would be. Probably sitting outside, right? Oh, I think I already had an action for logging with Twitch here. No. Oh, no, it's not here. Yeah, it's above here. But I want the button to kind of trigger an activity at this level. Although I guess it doesn't really make any difference. We could do it at the inside the modal, right? Because I believe how this works is this just does a navigation, right? Which is what we want. Hey there, I played poker badly. How are you doing? So I could do this in the login and not worry about in the sitting outside. We don't need to do that there, right? Modal login. I probably already have a message for it. Here we go. To do. This is where we're gonna do it. So basically this, but in Rust. That, but in Rust, right? Okay. This is similar to what we were doing in the signing stuff, right? Yes. Actually, also some of the WebGL stuff use similar APIs into JavaScript to make things, right? I just want to make an array and fill it. I don't need this from, but I guess I want to look up how I can make arrays in JSys. Good evening, Everx and Nightshade Dude. How are you folks? JSys. uint 32 array, right? I just make a new one. That requires a constructor arg. I guess new with length is what I want, right? Internal buffer storage, yeah. So, okay. That would be let array equal JS sys uint32 array. I wonder why the telesense isn't helping me here. And the length is in elements, so we just want one element just like this, right? I'll comment out everything else. Make sure I got this correct. Okay. So that will be... I don't know why it says unknown. But this new with length exists, right? It worries me that I can't control click on that right now. I think Rust Analyzer bug got fixed. Oh, nice. Fix block inner item defined in macro. Cool. I'll have to check that out later. Thank you, Everx. Hi there, Sarian and Resubaka. Wrong layout, but hello. That's a keyboard layout, right? Switching between Dvorak and QWERTY. Okay, so window crypto, right? That I got access to here as well, I thought. Crypto, yeah. We do window crypto and then unwrap. So window crypto unwrap. I'm just guessing I can call get random values. I'm guessing I can call it like that. Let's see. Probably need to import that. WebSys. Oh, what did I want to import it from you instead of WebSys? Yeah, I feel better importing it from you. Because it's a closer dependency. Okay, there's no get random values, but that might just be because I need to enable the feature in WebSys. I ran into that too many times to not remember it now. Your text didn't show up in chat. Why not? Oh yeah, why is that not showing up? Weird. I wonder if the chat needs to be refreshed. I don't think you're on any kind of ignore list. Let me, let's see, Cookies and Cream's message got through. How come Everx isn't getting through? I don't know. Makes me want to just reload the thing. Only subscriber? No, Cookies and Cream is not a subscriber. Neither is Nightshade, dude. Let me refresh cache. Alright, I refreshed the cache. We'll see. Otherwise, I don't know. I swear, Everx, you're not on any kind of ignore list. You shouldn't even need to be a follower. I don't know. I can give a plug to the creator to see. I'll see now Everx shows up. So, and now my bot isn't responding. I wonder, there might be something funny going on with Twitch. Yeah, because my bot didn't reply to the point request either. I might need to boot. That might be my bot's problem. Sometimes, like, even though it keeps its OAuth token refreshed, sometimes it doesn't recognize that it needs to, like, rejoin the channel. So I have to disable, wait a few seconds and hit enable. Something funny with Twitch. Never! That would never happen. Yeah, the bot, until the bot joins chat and says something, we won't know. Okay, there it is. Now let me try to give Sarian their point. No, it was Everx, sorry. Okay, so I think there's two different problems. Everx's test message showed up in chat after I reloaded the cache. See that the beast stirs. He's like looking into the problem very diligently, telepathically. That's why he looks like he's sleeping, but he's not. He's actually working very hard above my head there. Yeah, the points thing is probably still broken. I don't even remember if you'd show up unless, yeah, I don't know if I can look at it here. If I type it myself, it'll probably work. Yeah, you have 33 points. Anyway, I give a plug to Stream Power. I'll let CM Griffin, who made the on-screen chat overlay, know that we had to reload the chat, and everyone was showing up except for a few, a specific user, and I won't reveal who it was. He's probably going to say that, yeah, he probably changed something in reloading it, or something weird in Twitch. Well, I'm glad that your chat is showing up again, Everx. Okay, I was looking to look up to see what I need to enable for get random values to show up. Also, it could be that the name is slightly different. Yeah, this is what it is. So, because there are variants to this method, right? So I'm going to want array buffer view, I guess. uint32 array is an array buffer, right? I guess we'll just try and see what we get. So, and it's not mutable because, right, we don't need to have a mutable reference to any handle to JavaScript, we just use it. With array buffer view. Okay. That needs to be unwrapped because it gives us a result. I guess I should get out of this bad habit of using unwrap, right? Really, we should give, like, if it does crash there, we should say what we were thinking, why it shouldn't crash here. Should be able to reach crypto library. Or, I guess a better way to say it would be unable to get crypto API. And this expect unable to generate random values with crypto API. Okay. I just want to actually see this working for now, so I'm just going to do an info. Nonce was array, right? Why don't we just call it nonce? Okay. Don't remember the way that you extract values, so I'm going to look it up. Get, I guess? Yeah, get index. which is infallible. It's great. I like infallible methods. Okay, that's nonce. Info needs to be imported probably. Okay, we're good to go with the first step. Little baby steps, right? Have you worked with blockchain? No. But it is something that I might look into in the future because I only have the barest understanding of how the blockchain works. And it's getting quite popular in a lot of different circles, so I'd love to learn more about it. Expect message should be worded in positive terms. Like, is that positive enough? I always thought that it should be worded like an error message because when it crashes, it prints out what you'd want it to print out would be like what? A statement of what it couldn't do. Because like if I said like expect got crypto API, what happens if it doesn't get the crypto API is it'll say error, got the crypto ID, got crypto API. And that would look confusing to me. It makes more sense for it to say like error, unable to get crypto API. We might be getting a couple things confused. There's expect and then there's assert. Used in some languages, right? I think it's basically the same thing, but I'm kind of wanting to get it to look comfortable with where the string actually gets used, which is when it prints it out as an error. But I see what Everx is saying that like it is a little weird to read it like this. Expect to be unable to get it. That looks weird, right? This looks more natural when you're reading the code. Expect that we got the crypto API, or expect that we got. That reads better English, but the problem is that this is used in a different context, right? Yeah. That's why I start backing out A-squared, because I was wrong about that. It's assert in other toolkits that are out there. And I can't remember it. So I'm like, I'll just forget I said that kind of thing. Okay, we're gonna run this, right? Log in with Twitch. Should get a new number used once every time I click it. Look at that. We got random numbers. That's perfect. Yeah, expect is weird. Okay, that's these two lines down. Now to get the client ID and redirect URL and then use them to redirect. So this I'm assuming would be window dot like set location or something. I need to look this up. Window is part of WebSys, I think. No, it's definitely in U. All right, let me look. But actually, I'm not sure if it might be re-exported. Comes out like this in the console program. Thread main panicked at generate random values. Yeah. So it's just, yeah. It's hard to word your error in English to make it fit and make it the code readable at the same time, right? Okay, it is a WebSys type. All right. So location. That's the getter. So it is probably set location, right? Why does it say IDB file handle? Let's just look at location. This one. Oh, it gets the location, and on that we can change it. Yeah, there's an href property. set href. Okay, so it would be window.location.set href. This thing. So probably want to do a format. Set href takes a slice, that's why I'm doing that. Let's do a concat here, so that it doesn't look so bad. Okay, and here, do that. Maybe I should use some I could use some practice in using named string substitutions here. Probably should do that. Okay, client ID. Let's assume that I'm getting access to the app's environment, and then we can say client ID and redirect URI. Nonce would be the last one, right? This needs to be expected. Unable to browse to Twitch. OpenID connect URL. Okay. So this won't compile because this... Oh, there's a comma in there somewhere? Oh, yeah, I'm missing commas. It's not gonna know what env is, right? In fact, it needs to be a prop of this, so self.props.env. I need to add the environment prop to this. Hey there, TS Just. How are you doing? Why did you say nice to hear before I said I'm doing good? What if I said things are going terrible? Then you would have been saying nice to hear that I'm doing terribly. Did you type it and you're just communicating asynchronously? I see how it's going. You just assumed I was doing good. Maybe you weren't really listening to how I'm really doing. Okay, env, right? Pub env. This I might need to pull in from the crate. Yes. Okay, and env is missing those two. That's fine. I'll probably name them something different. Oauth client ID and Oauth redirect URL. No, sorry, it's Twitch client ID and Twitch redirect URL. Yep. Slightly different names there. The high enough hit rate of the response predictor, it's faster to do that. See, that makes me think TS Just might be artificial intelligence. Is that URL? Yes. Okay, now the whole thing has a problem. Oh, yeah, this should be nonce.getIndex0. Actually, why don't we just do let nonce equal nonce getIndex0. We don't need to see it anymore. Then that's easy, right? Actually, it's because it's passed by value, I don't even need to borrow it. I just need to spell correctly. Okay. Let's see if this works. It should redirect me to Twitch now. And when it redirects me back, it won't do the right thing because we're not handling the redirect correctly. Well, let's see what we get. Got another compiler. Oh, another compiler error. Yep. When I see this message rust compilation errors when compiling reload prevented, that means I probably have problems. And I have problems. Look at that. Hey there, Mamba Dev. How are you doing today? How do you guys put people in Easter baskets? I couldn't figure that out yesterday. I tried to do the modify emote and the Easter basket wasn't a step. Is that something that only like really like real VIPs in Twitch get to do? click modify. That's what I did, and I could flip it or add a thinking to it, but I didn't see the one for the Easter basket. Easter is there now. Was it just like there for the EU people and not for me? Because I tried it too early, maybe. Yeah, look at that. It's me in an Easter basket. The co-pilot up there approves. You can see. He's doing the I approve pose. All right, I need an env prop. So from modal, yeah, I'll need to forward this out. Self props env. So this will need to be included here. env, import from crate. So then the error gets pushed up one level to here. env equals self env, which we need to add to our state. And I'm probably also going to need to clone it, right? So this one gets the env somewhere. Yeah, it is the props. Oh. Then I don't need to do this. Oh, no, wait, I do. It's props. Yes, but I do need to clone this. I can't just move it out. I have to clone the props at each level. So clone it there and clone it here. Now it should compile. No. Private type. Okay, so I need to make it public, which means I need to make all these things public, which makes sense to me. How you put bunny ears on it. I need to get one of those hats that Toggle Bit had. One of those. Are we building now? No problems have been detected. All right. Hey, look at that. Okay. So along with Twitch. So it redirects me to Twitch, right? And it says, Omni Arena player login for the testing environment is requesting my identity. Actually, it's because it's in this window, I'm logged in as my bot, so it's going to allow my bot to log in to my own game, which is fine. So what I've never really liked about this is it says stuff like allow it to get access to like email address and stuff, but that's not what I requested. I requested specifically OpenID scope, right? And if we look it up in Twitch, I don't think that gives me the access to your email address. And I've always thought that was a bug. It's Twitch dev. Oh, where is it here? Docs, and then authentication, and then OIDC. Yep, here we go. So the scope, right? We asked for OpenID scope. Where is OpenID scope? Am I looking at the wrong page? But yeah, I did say scope. Oh, this must include the OpenID scope, but when you click on scopes, it's not on the list. Maybe I do have access to people's email addresses. I don't actually need that. The table below is a comprehensive list. They say it's a comprehensive list, but OpenID isn't in the list. How you like that? It's not in the list. Why? Why say it's a Whoa, what happened there? Oh, that's funny. Look at that. The scroll bar doesn't ignore, it ignores that panel completely. Who wrote this web page? Look at that. Oh no, I just broke it. Resizing it, was it only when I hit back or something? I don't know what I did. I broke it somehow. Okay, yeah, the scopes. It says it's a comprehensive list. Oh, for the Twitch API. Okay, that's different. So they just don't document it here, I guess, because it's not a Twitch API, it's an OpenID thing. Maybe they list it in getting, or this one, getting tokens OIDC. And I'm using I'm using this one, right? The implicit flow. Yeah, so that's the endpoint I'm using, right? Authorize, client ID, redirect URL, response type, scope, claims. Okay, I didn't list claims. I think because that claims is optional, right? Yeah, it's these are some optional ones. Actually, I'm including non-switch as an optional one, but it's optional but highly recommended, right? Need one with cat ears. Like a hat with cat ears. I wouldn't mind that. A little pull something in my cat ears move. It's funny that they have a list and they say must include that, and you click it, it's not documented anywhere. Anyway, maybe it does give me access to email. I think, though I didn't list, in the claims I didn't list them. Claims can include email address, right? Maybe it says what the default is. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, note, the email claims will soon be gated. Okay, will soon be gated. Who knows? When they say will soon be in Twitch documentation, that really doesn't mean anything other than it's not yet. Like soon, it's relative. Soon, relative in as far as like the age of the universe. Soon the universe will end. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll verify this by when we get back our token, it won't have my email address in it, right? It better not have it, because I don't want to get people's email address, and I don't like the fact that it says that it says that I might be getting it. Soon it'll be trademarked by Blizzard, right? Yeah. When will the release be made? Soon. Okay, so what authorized should do is yeah, get back this token, right? And this token is I think this is okay to show because it only proves that I am my bot. You can't actually use it to log into anything of substantial value. But yeah, this is a long token. Dang. Okay then, maybe I shouldn't show all of it. Hold on a second. Hide. Doing secret stuff. Let me put it into the token reader and make sure there's nothing secret in there. Yeah, there's nothing secret in here. I don't know why they... Yeah. What was I gonna say? I don't know why they... I don't know why I was spooked about not showing this. Yeah, so show the display again, please. Which one am I showing? This one? Yes. So this is the token I got back from Twitch, right? And this on the right is literally what's encoded here. There's nothing missing. It's just saying that it was using RSA 256-bit for the signature, and it's a JSON web token. And the key ID is 1. So we're going to use this later to verify the signature, right? So the payload data is the purple part, and it's basically giving a audience who or what the token is intended for. That's my client ID, which is not secret. So that 4BT should be matching what I have in my dev here, 4BT, right? So that's basically the public API level identifier for my app. So you couldn't take this token and like log into a service that isn't my app, because anything receiving this would be like, well, I didn't ask, this token isn't for me, right? And here's the expiration time. and they give a little pop-up saying the actual time. So this is going to expire in another 12 minutes or so. Issued at, and this is the issuer, which is Twitch, and the subject, that's my bot's Twitch ID. And then this is the authorized party. So again, that's going to be the audience, the same key. And then that should be the nonce that we generated in our request. And this is the name of my account. Someone's texting me. Ooh. A cool photo that I can't show. Neat. All right. Okay, so yeah, there's a signature in here. If we grabbed... Interesting. The signature is verified because I think this was smart enough to grab the public key from Twitch for us. And basically, we're going to be doing the same. This issuer and this key ID can be used to like look up the public key and then verify that this signature came from Twitch. So we're going to be doing those things. So step one is done. We're getting the token back to the front end app. We're not doing anything with it. Maybe that should be the second thing I do. So I need to have a route on my front end app that grabs this token out, and it's going to be then giving it to the back end to try to log in as Twitch with this JWT. Pretty cool by JWT to add that to auto lookup public key. I have that. Has that not always been in there? It's kind of subtle, but yeah, the fact that they look at it for you and they verify the signature is correct. Yeah, that's cool. It's not a whole lot of work. I mean, I've done it on stream. We're going to be doing it again, so it's not rocket science exactly. But yeah, it's kind of cool that they do that. Very convenient. All right, so handling the route back, that should come to our main app, right? And didn't I had some code in here to deal with the was it in the new that I dealt with this in the create? Okay, here's where it was. In the create, we look at the search to figure out some app state, right? Yeah. To actually put the effort into performing domain lookup and pull the CRT. Yeah, the fact that they do that on their back end, it's pretty nice that they did that. All right, so we're going to be updating here. I'm going to go back to the JavaScript app. So I must be handling, I can't remember where. We must be handling this somewhere here too, right? What's the route look like? ID token equal. Here it is. Okay, so it's not the search string, but the hash. The window location hash, if it begins with basically Twitch equal and then ID token. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So that's the magic string that if we see that in our route, then that means that we just got a JWT and we want to start logging in with that JWT. So I want the equivalent of that in Rust here somewhere. So let hash equal window location hash unwrap. I'm hoping that there's a function for that. Yeah, there is. So that we don't know what the type is because Rust Analyzer isn't really that smart about WebSys. But it's going to be a string, especially if we unwrap it. Should I be expecting all of these things? I don't know. I really should, but I don't feel like it right now because when will that ever return me a failure? Like, I don't think it ever would. I think it's just because WebSys is auto-generated from WebIDL. It basically says, well, if you're getting back a USV string, then you could have had an error thrown. USV string is a Unicode scalar value. Yes, I guess the only way it could ever be a panic here is if we got like an undefined or if we got an exception thrown in JavaScript. Hey there, Tim. Yes, Tim. That there, I keep pointing the wrong way. That's my Copilot Casper, and he's doing a lot of work that you probably can't see on camera because he's doing it all telepathically. It might look like he's asleep, but he's really busy. He's verifying everything I say is correct. Casper, yes. Yeah, also known as the Beast, because he's in my Beast emote. I say that lovingly because he's one of the most gentle cats I've ever seen or heard of. He wouldn't, and I can prove this, he wouldn't hurt a fly because he'd probably just look at the fly and buzz around and like maybe bad at it, but really wouldn't hurt it. You're not terribly wrong with Beast, yeah. Oh, he shifted a little bit. See, that's that shifting in his oh, sorry, he's not really sleeping. In his pretend sleep is just a sign saying that he approves. Hash. This is going to look like this, right? So the order in which I did here is I checked to see if there was a login token. Oh no, this is the password reset token. You either have a password reset token, or you have a JWT, or you're getting Oauth token, or you're trying to log in as admin, or you're just sitting outside. I guess then it doesn't really matter which order I put these in. What should I put it in here? Actually, this would be the equivalent dispatching the action would be to do what exactly? I need to look up what login start actually does. I guess that starts the connection. It starts the process of opening a connection, which we can't do until we have until this fetch completes. So probably what I want to do is just keep the JWT around and wait until we get the server information, and then when we get the server information and we happen to have a JWT, then log in, right? So we can say if hash dot, is it starts with or prefix if let, I can't remember. I'm gonna look it up. JWT is a JSON web token. JSON web token. JSON web token. It's a compact URL safe means of representing claims to be transferred between two parties. The claims in JWT are encoded as a JSON object. It uses the payload of a JSON web signature structure, or as plain text, enabling the claims to be digitally signed, or the integrity protected with the message authentication code, and or encrypted. So here's the one I generated a little bit ago, Anakin Luke. So the claim is that I am, well, not my usual Twitch account, but the one that my bot uses. And this is signed by Twitch, basically saying that, yes, this person is in charge of this account and authorized this app to be used with that account. This spec is not as bad as WebSockets, but it's not the easiest. So there's this overview of it, right? And they go over like, there's some prefix stuff, and then they go over like the example. You have to kind of understand some of the terms that they use, like JSON, UTF-8, CRLF line break, and their examples are using something that I've never heard of, JOSE. Base64 URL encoding. So there's a bit of jargon that they include. And then how you match it to Twitch is a little bit difficult. I think the easiest way to learn it with login with Twitch is to just get a JWT from Twitch and put it into this jwt.io, which is a really cool tool online, and then just see what you get back, and then look up the individual things. Like if you look up in here what RS-256 is, they'll say it's this particular algorithm with this particular hash function was used to make the signature, right? And you're just like, okay, this signature right here is using, there it is again, it's using that particular algorithm and hash function. So that's how you pick, you have to pick the same algorithm and the same hash function to make sure that to get a matching signature, right? And then it'll say, well, this is a no-brainer. The type of this thing is a JWT. And then you look up KID, which is key ID. Okay. That you won't find in this spec, which is why I had a second one. JWTs are used with JWSs, which is the blue one, the signature, JSON Web Token Signature, or JSON Web Signature. And you have to look up that spec here. And this will happen sometimes when you're looking at specifications, is that they'll refer to each other. So you look up this one, and you look up KID, and you'll see it's the key ID. It's a hint indicating which key was used to secure the JWS. So, and like when you read this, you're like, what do they mean by secure the JWS? You just kind of have to know that securing something means including a signature that can be verified. That makes it secure because if someone tried to tamper with the payload here in purple, the signature wouldn't match. And you can't regenerate the signature without having the private key. In this case, you have to be Twitch. You have to have Twitch's private key. No one has a private key for Twitch except for the Twitch production environment, right? So that makes it secure. You can't sign something yourself unless you are Twitch. This can't be tampered with without making the signature not pass, therefore security. But there's a spec about writing specs. Yeah, no doubt. And probably several of them. I wouldn't doubt that there's some RFC out there that gives guidance on how to write an RFC. And you would think that it would be recursive, that it would obey itself. Yeah, so when you see normative references in the spec, it's one spec linking to another spec, and that's where we ran into this JWS, right? And I think this one probably refers to other specs. If I look up normative references here. Yeah, so even more. So look, actually it's circular reference. JWS refers back to JW, oh, that's JWK, sorry. I was going to say it refers back to JWT, but it doesn't. It refers to JWK, which is a web key, which is we'll get to later, which is how you get the public key from Twitch. Because this is public key cryptography, right? This signature, in order for us to be able to verify it, we need the public part of the key, which is by definition public. You can just fetch it. RFCs say, for example, must always, yeah. So the language that they use when they say like should, yeah, the notational conventions, they say we're going to use these words. Look up RFC 2119 if you want to understand what we mean by these words. This is just, it's very common. It's a very formal way of carefully of making things unambiguous. It's like when we use this name, it's going to be exactly the way it's described in this spec. If you're using the Twitch username to validate a user instead of a verified email and the user doesn't have a Twitch generated with their account name, could your account be taken over by an attacker registering your username or Twitch, or are they separated? The way the JWT, the login with Twitch, there's no way to take over the account because all that this is doing is it's like showing a passport to someone across a physical divider. You can't actually touch the passport. You just get to look at it and verify it's valid. So my game redirects you to Twitch, and then you authenticate with Twitch, and you get back from Twitch a token, this token, and then you hand this token to my game. All that my game can do is say, oh yeah, that person must be who they claim they are because they got a valid signature. The only way we can get a valid signature from Twitch is if Twitch gave it to them. So this is like much, much weaker than, say, an Oauth token, which you could use and give back to Twitch and say, okay, I am OmniRainio or I am Raimu8354 and I want to do these bad things, right? No, you can't do that with the JWT. The only thing you can do is verify that the holder of the JWT has, is that person or is their authorized agent. That's all you can do with that. Now, once my game says, okay, I can trust this person, then within the game, that the holder of the JWT is now allowed to act as that person. So you could compromise their like account in my game if you were to intercept this token and use it. But even then, like, I'm only comfortable showing this on screen because this is only authorizing it for the test environment of my game, not the production environment. So you still couldn't use this token in my game on production because the authorization doesn't match. My game wouldn't accept it. Spent days debugging this issue, which is that you unable to hold a single number in memory for long enough to tab from spec. What's this? High bits were garbage, causing the errors. Oh, misinterpreting a pointer, eh? You understand that, but that's not what you meant. Okay, let me read it again. If you're using a Twitch username to validate a user instead of a validated email, and the user doesn't have a Twitch register with their account name, can your account be taken over? Which account, though? When you register an account with Twitch, you are registering the username. You can't register an account without having a username. You might be talking about like changing the username, but underlying all of that is the real identifier, which doesn't change when you make the account, is the account ID. So it's this SUB subject. So this is the authoritative claim. Subject 262600509. This is not going to change for this account. The preferred username is just for convenience. It's just like a sampling of what the user's name was. But yeah, you can't take over the account by registering username because registering the username is just the only way you can do that is there's two ways. You can set the username when you create the account. So when I created account 262600509, I associated OmniUrania with that name, right? And then the second way is logging in with that as that Twitch user, I can change the name. But both of them require authentication as the holder of this account, either by creating it in the first place or by logging in as that user. So you can't take over an account just by trying to rename an account, if that makes sense. Are your chats going through Twitch? Looks like it. Were your chats previously going through? I didn't see any before. Yeah, A squared. Looked like you were doing pointer transmutation. Yeah, all bets are off when you do that on other streamers. So Menez, I was seeing trouble in my overlay earlier for Everx. I think there's just funny things going on with Twitch today. Accounts in the game don't automatically link to Twitch. Yeah, so you can think of my game as a separate environment, and we're only doing the login as Twitch to establish that a weak association. My game knows that you're this Twitch user, but Twitch doesn't know anything about my game, and so there's nothing you can do with my game's account information that can't be used in any way on Twitch to do anything. All right, so I was looking before all this started. I was looking up prefix. Is prefix of right? No, which one of these was it then? It wasn't is prefix of. Strip prefix? Yeah. This is the way to tell us something because of the prefix, and if so, to actually get the remainder. If let sum JWT equal hash.strip prefix and then the prefix. This one. Right? Do I not have the segmenting thing in there? Am I thinking of someone else's channel? I wonder if I should add that. Yeah, I guess I don't have it. I had 1,000 error just now. It's probably Twitch. My guess is it's Twitch. Okay, what am I going to do with the JWT? We need to just store it for now, right? So self.jwt equal or replace JWT, and we'll just make that an option. Model JWT option string. Oh, wait. This is where we actually make it. So let's just say, actually then, you know what I can do is I can just say let JWT equal this. And then we just put JWT down here. All right. Why didn't that not work? Oh, yeah. I'll want to do a map to string, right? String std str to string. Is that right? What is it? Where is toString? Is it just no str in front? Yeah, that was it. All right. CPU expects the high 16 bits of the pointer to match the 47th bit. For reasons, okay. Is that has probably something to do with how the cache works? Anyone else got the my uncle notification pack in Discord? I have no idea what that means. All right. What are we going to do with that JWT? I think what we want to do is after the, on the update, when we get the, fetch client config response here. Right. So it's this. What are we going to do? It depends on if we have a JWT or not. How's Rust compared to C++? Coming from a C++ background, is there much of a learning curve? I think so, Original Bryce. I have some notes about that. Stream note. Doc, what's up, Doc? Doc. Stream notes. Rust learning cliff? I call it a learning cliff because you're going to run into walls where it's just super hard to learn, if you have my experience. And why I like it. This is why I'm liking Rust. But it's not really in comparison with C++. I think it's challenging coming from a C++ background to learn it. A lot of it might be because it's challenging syntax associations that I've formed in my brain for how to think of code that are just need to be adjusted and changed to work with Rust. But then what I really found, what I found after I get through the syntax is it tends to guide you to make good design decisions, and most of the time once it compiles it just works. The key to that is the once it compiles. That's the challenging part with Rust, because the compiler is doing a lot more work at the compile time and being a lot more strict on you. What was the other one I had? It was like was it not in this folder? I put the stream note in the other folder. Yes. Pros and cons. That wasn't it exactly. What I like about Rust? Here we go. I had a better version of this note, and I don't even remember where it was. Yeah, so this gets more into the comparisons of C++, that this is really not the best way to say it, but enumerated types and pattern matching are a lot more useful, I found, in Rust than in C++. I say that they are cool because they're more useful. There are built-in enum types option and result that are very powerful. There's a lot of stuff in the standard library to let you do a lot of things with those types. There are no header files in Rust, and so I found in C and C++ code I've looked at in the past, and stuff that I've written myself as well, that header files and macros, like preprocessor macros, are the source of a lot of grief in C, C++, and you have a form of macros in Rust, but they aren't used to do some of the more like abuseful things that they're used for in C, C++. They're more of just like auto-generating boilerplate code. These are really nice that there's built-in unit testing and code formatting. And also the package management that comes along with Rust is really nice. So there are a lot of things that come with Rust that don't always come with C++ unless you have a IDE with C++ in it that also gives you these things with it. Yeah, the linter too, Clippy or check, is really nice as well. And this is probably maybe one of the bigger points too. They have abstracted away a lot of platform differences. In C++, nowadays it's getting to where you have this in C++, but it really wasn't this case for a long time. Like to make a thread in C++, you'd have to say, well, is it a Windows thread? Is it a POSIX thread? Is it some other kind of operating system thread? You'd have to write different code if you wanted your stuff to run on Windows versus Linux for the longest time, but out of the box for Rust, you don't have to worry about that. So yeah, I think it's more difficult. There's definitely a learning cliff, but in the end, I think it's worth it. For having docs and headers. But yeah, so what Rust does is it completely breaks that notion of having header files in the first place, Tim, is that you have everything in one place. So instead, the pattern that they try to establish is that your documentation is multiplexed with your code. So you have what you'd normally have in your header file at the top of the documentation, and then you just start having your code, and then when you get into wherever you get to a so to speak a class like this is it's actually more like, it's kind of like Python, where you have the documentation because the declaration of the structure is kind of like the header for the structure, and the impl block is kind of like the implementation file. It's just that they're usually in the same place. They don't even have to be. You could have the closest equivalent to a C++ header file, CPP file in Rust would be you put the struct definition in one RS file and you put the impl in another RS file. And then with the struct, you have your documentation, right? You could do that. That's perfectly fine. You could even have an impl which just has the documentation and some stubs which call into something else, which is in your CPP, your implementation. Yeah, they're generated with Rust doc, but they serve the same purpose as comments in a header file, right? Have you ever tried running cargo doc? Yes, I have. It's pretty cool. It not only generates the documentation for what you're working on, but also all of your dependencies in one spot. Cool. So, Bryce, if you want to look into it, there is Learn Rust. And there's also a bunch of other people here on Twitch who stream Rust. And there's even like a Rustations team. Anyone on that team is probably going to be streaming something about Rust or knows more about it. What I like about the Learn Rust link there, and this is maybe something else that you can compare to C++. I don't know of a C++ site that starts off by saying there are choose your own adventure. There are 3 ways that we can teach you to teach you about Rust. You can read a book, you can do an online course like a tutorial thing, or you can just look at example code. So I just think a lot of thought has been put into making the language more integrated with the environments it's used in, and then onboarding people into it, knowing that because it's harder to learn, we're going to need more onboarding. Yeah, the site's great. Yeah, cool, no problem. All right. So here we got to make a decision, right? What do we do? What do I do now in this case where we log in with Twitch? Let me check. Log in with Twitch, and I hit authorize. Oh, I see what it did. And I can actually show that on screen. So log out. This is the production environment of the game, right? I hit log in with Twitch, and then it says, you're about to log into this thing. Is that you? And yes. Or do you want to log into that? I say authorize. And then you see how it went to a special screen? That's, I think, where we want it to go to. Yes. You're programming. Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way. You're programming C#. You kept using nullable return type because I'm so used to writing with result and option. That's actually a great pattern, right? To use these options is the same thing as using nullable in C#. It's called the null object pattern. Well, no, it's not. It is like a safe version of a... Well, it's not even that. Let me think about this. It's like combining a pointer with a Boolean and saying, do I actually have the thing or not? If true, then look at it. So it's close to, but not exactly the same as, what am I thinking of? You know, strike that. Nullable. I should say that if you look at something like this and you feel uncomfortable that you'd rather have just a pointer or a reference to a thing, an alternative is called the null object pattern. I have a friend who is really into this one, so I don't know if there's any nice pictures of it. Yeah. Yeah, but the concept is that you have a null object for the type that you can still use in place of any other value of that type, and it just does nothing. It does some kind of predefined neutral or null behavior. And so you don't have to have the concept of do I have something or not, or do I need to check if something is null or not. You just have a thing, and that thing might be the null object, or it might be some non-null object. And you can just use the object and not worry about if it's null. If you're using the object and it is null, it just does nothing. So that's an alternative if you don't like the idea of using an option. We could have like, I could have a string there, and you can consider the empty string to be the null object for string, right? Sure. If in your code you have two different code paths depending on whether or not it really is the null object, then you go back to the traditional, if the JWT is the empty string, that's one path, otherwise do another path. So this is just an alternative way of doing it. It's like the nullable, where it's kind of more obvious if something is if something is there or not, and you have to do this check everywhere. So in Rust, you'll see it a lot of the times here, like if let something equals that, because that thing is an option, right? So what will happen here is if we do have an admin key, we'll end up getting that admin key ref is the thing inside of the option up here. It is a crypto key, or it's a reference to the crypto key. And then if I wanted to, I can have an else, and then that means you go into the else block if this was none. So that's how we'll end up seeing it in Rust. But in C#, I think it's slightly different. Like you use a question mark or something like that, and then, or two question marks, and then it proceeds if it's non-null, otherwise it's null. You don't know Rust, only C++? Why is option better, or how does it actually differ compared to what? Yeah, the coalesce operator. This is basically the same as a nullable. It's a wrapper around the type. And like I was saying, it's pretty much literally a two-variant enum, or in C++ you can do it as a pointer and a Boolean, right? If the Boolean is false, then you don't look at the pointer because you make the pointer null, which is another way of doing it, right? There's a special value of the type which represents that it's not really a value. And if it's not that, then it's something, and then you look at the other piece of information you have, like maybe
if this was true, a Boolean, then this is the pointer, and you look at that pointer. So it's just it's a different way of reserving the two possibilities that you either have something or you don't, and it implies having two different code paths whenever you deal with the thing. You either have something and then you have the code to deal with that something, or you don't and you have a different path. So they're all, I just see it as all just different ways of doing the same, of accomplishing the same thing. This means that it's possible we don't have a string or we don't have a crypto key. It's possible. So we have to deal with one possibility or the other. In C++, you might do it with a pointer, and then you're having to check to see if the pointer is null, or that pointer might point to a null object. It's all the same thing, just in different disguises. What was I doing with the JWT? Not jet. Oh, right. I was using it in the update, right? Right here. Yes, after we have the client configuration, I wanted to say if self.jwt is something, actually, it's really just going to dictate what activity we go to, right? Sort of, but with some side effects. So maybe I keep it the traditional model where we actually have two distinct code paths, even if the last line is pretty much the same. So yeah, I wanted to have another activity, logging in. That's right. I had reserved this one just for this reason. We have a logging in activity, and that logging in activity is going to get our JWT, and it's going to know that we're logging in with it. All right. So now we're going to use the logging in activity for something. I think right now it's just a placeholder, right? Yeah, it is all marked to do. So now it's possible to get there, so we can't have the to do anymore. See, here's what it was in JavaScript. The same kind of thing, I think. Actually, this old way of doing it, I had a newer way to do it inside the login modal, right? I had something here. Down here somewhere. Here it was. I want to do something like that. That if there's some progress to show, then we might want to have a cancel button. Otherwise, a back button, right? But then... Actually, does that even make sense? I don't think it makes any sense. I think we always want to show this with a cancel, so that you're using your JWT, but for some reason the server is busted, and so it'll just sit there saying logging in, and then you'll want to hit cancel. So this is what I want then, right? This inside of a div here. Right here. So HTML div that. Something like that. This comes from you. Okay. Did I copy from the wrong place just now? I think I did. I think I meant to copy from here. Yeah, I meant to copy from here. But it's basically the same thing. Only I need to fix the indentation. Class button cancel, and then have an on cancel login. Yeah, right? That's right. and then the word cancel, and then modal progress. Yep, this is what I want. Okay, so we need props, which has an onCancel login. So I'll just copy from the login modal. It's props here. Up to here. Nope, not there. Up to here. In Rust. We don't need an error or environment. We just need a cancel. And we need the progress. And then I can abbreviate this, right? Just say on cancel and progress. So on cancel and progress, yeah. Self.props.progress. Why was it just named progress over here? Anyway. Where's progress? Oh, right. It's if let sum. So it's not going to be optional. Yeah, it's not going to be optional here. It's just going to be a string. We're just going to show it. Okay, so callback is you callback. Properties also comes from you. The magic of macros. Not the squiggly lines. Yeah, the squiggly lines, but just for a little bit. It's probably a mad because I didn't associate the structure properties with my props. Okay, let's do this while we're at it. Self props change will certainly happen, so there we'll want to do self.props equals props and then true for should render. Update shouldn't happen, so we'll say this is unreachable. Update only happens if you have messages, which we don't need. Okay, so what's wrong here? Can't find modal progress. All right, because we don't have that imported. Modal progress. Use create modal progress, modal progress. Hey, look, the squigglies went away. It's all good, man. There's no need to freak out. Is option a lang term, Papadas del Papa? I thought it was part of the standard library. Just trying. So Tim, you're saying you're trying to challenge why I didn't feel was thinking option is better than the null object pattern. I don't think it's better. I just think it's a different way of doing it. Okay, here's one argument one might make about why you could be considered that option is better than null object. Where's an example? Okay, so for example here, if I had any code that needed to know if it was the null object or not, that's hard to do with the null object pattern, right? If I just had like string, like unless I make a convention like empty string is the null object, then there's no way for me to know that the log in progress is the null object or not. So you either have to do it by convention or there has to be a special singleton, like there has to be some kind of string null, or there has to be a convention that that like this equals the empty string. So this is the convention way, or you need to have a singleton value. So it makes it a little bit clumsy if you need to know if it is the nullable object or not. Now, if you have code that doesn't care if it's the null object or not, then there's no advantage to using option, right? A lot of the times I need to know if it's something or not, and so I think it's a little bit better than nullable object because it's kind of got built in the is none or is some or the let some, right? Because the output will be different if it's something or versus nothing. But there are some cases where your code really doesn't care and it just has a null object, doesn't care if it's null or not. Then there's you could use nullable object and the code will be a lot cleaner because you wouldn't need the if let some part of the type, right? You don't need that. So the nullable object would be simpler. The syntax would be better. You would just say it's a string. So people do that a lot with strings where by convention it's empty string if it means nothing, right? So then they don't have to have comparisons if it's empty string or not. They just use it, and the side effect or the output of it when the input is empty string is exactly what you want anyway. Your code doesn't care about how precise to be. It still doesn't work. Come on, man. Thank you for all the follows, by the way. I appreciate it. Okay, so this is really just going to give us an opportunity to cancel out during login, and it's going to show us our progress. So that means we have to actually set those things. We're going to run into that here in the when we actually use the logging in activity. So let's fill those things in. On cancel, self link. Did I have a cancel for sitting outside or modal? Where's the modal stuff? Here it is. Yeah, this thing. Cancel operation in progress. Exactly what I want. And then the progress as well, right? This one. Progress. Okay. Yeah, the U error messages that pop up when you get the types not matching here is sort of frustrating at times. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I think it has to do with the argument to cancel operation in progress, but I'm not sure. On canceled type is what? Actually, that is correct. Oh, that's not a string though. Yeah, so this is different, right? I want to show like this should be as ref map, or no, there should just be a default unwrap or, well, as ref first, then unwrap or what? Let me think about this. As ref turns it from an optional string to an option of a reference to a string. Yeah, so then I'll want to map it to clone. Otherwise, actually no, I wanted to do unwrap there. Unwrap clone, right? Yeah. Or expect here really is a better thing to do. Expect no progress set while logging in. I hate how it doesn't indent properly here. I guess I'll do it myself. Sure, why not? Who's to stop me? I want to clean this up too. Yeah, I'll just keep it. All right. Call the indent, please. Yeah, I have been becoming more reliant on Rust format to do this stuff, but when like it doesn't do anything, I think it's because we're inside of this HTML macro. Oh, the cat just walked away. He must have important things to do. He's pondering what he's going to do next. You hungry? You should have some extra food. Cat is calling the indent police. Yeah, it could be. Better watch out. All right, I'm kind of going around at random. I'm losing focus. Focus. Done with that part. I'll come back to that part. Done with this one. Done with that one too. I don't know why I have something there. Don't know why I had one there. Oh, it was probably for this. I remember. Set the JWT there, and then when we get the client configuration, if we have a JWT, then we're going to go to the logging in. But so it's more than that, right? We need to actually we need to trigger the login to happen here. Just the same as if we were in the, same as the prop that we gave the modal. This one, the message login. What does that do? How come I'm having trouble finding it? Here it is. Actually, that's what I want to do. I want to emit that back to ourselves and form a new kind of credential, which is the JWT credential. That's exactly what I want to do. So here, self dot Actually, then, if I just want to do that from here, don't I just want to extract that as a function first? Refactor, extract into function, call it start login. Oh, the kitty's back. He was actually cleaning himself a little bit today. It's more than I've seen him do in a while. Okay. I don't know why it didn't let me rename that. Makes me nervous. Okay, there's the function name. The F2 didn't work. Okay, start login, right? Okay, yeah, so Rust Analyzer is failing on me. Can't help. Start login. Start login. Okay, it didn't extract the function into the correct place, so we have to do that, right? It extracted it into this impl, but this is a trait implementation for model. Yeah, I needed to go into this impl. Right. There's start connecting to server, so it kind of goes here, right? Start login. Cool. So there's start login here, so we have a new start login, right? Self start login. Actually, then I need the JWT, so let's do if let some JWT equals self JWT take, actually, because we want to take it out of the JWT and put it into the credential. That's what I want. So, was it game client credential? Game client credentials. Let's change this to be password, player password. And then the other one will be player JWT. So this is player JWT. That's exactly what I want. And then we'll just follow along. All of the errors will be where we added a new kind of credential here. So fill match arm, player JWT. What do we do here? Right, so this is sending a different kind of message to the backend. This is where we're starting to get into the serious business, right? We're going to say authenticating using JWT. Send binary player ID. So we need to invent a new kind of client message. So let's call this one player password. Actually, let's call that one player login with password. And we'll make a new one called player login with JWT. Hey there, Jackamus. How are you doing? The kitty is settled down. So yeah, that is my co-pilot, Casper. He might look like he's sleeping, but he's really doing a lot telepathically. I don't have any proof, so please don't ask for it, but yeah, just trust me. He's doing a lot of work He only pretends to be sleeping. All right, so there's going to be a lot of compiler errors that come out of this, right? So this is going to be player login with JWT. Basically, we're taking the JWT and putting it into a client message, serializing it, and sending it over the wire to the server. Is this borrowed? Yes, so we'll need to clone it to send it over the wire. All right, next. Login. That got damaged somehow, right? No, it didn't. What happened here? Just need to hit save? Weird. Okay, moving on. Yeah, so if there's an auth failure, what do we do? Actually, I think we want to do the same thing if it's JWT. So that means I'm going to say that or that goes to there. If we fail to log in with the password or a JWT, it's the same. Show the error message, drop the credential, stop operation. Actually, I want something slightly different now that I think about it, because we also want to go back to sitting outside if it failed to log in with JWT. I think what I want to do is extract this as a function. Yep. Yeah, okay. Extract this function, please. Refactor function. We'll call this on login failed. On login failed. Yes. And instead of doing none, I want to do a take, and I want to say if let some. No. If let game client credentials play JWT equals that, then self.current activity is current activity sitting outside. So take the login credentials. How come it didn't let me do that part? Oh, this is some. Yeah. Take the login credentials, and if it was some JWT, then we go outside. The reason I do that only for JWT is that the normal login, I actually want to keep the, there's a special login, no, wait a minute, now I think about it. I don't need to do this. I just need to make sure that it's sitting outside when we fail to log in. So forget that. That just needs to be added there. And then here we just do login credentials as none. There, that's even better. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Do I even need a function then? Because I'm only calling it from one place. I guess it doesn't matter. I can have an extra function. Why not, right? I'm doing pretty good, Jackamus. I don't know if I said that, but my mind's going back and forth, and I can't remember if I said it or not. So, okay, so Authentication Success. It's going to be slightly different because we don't know what the username is. This part, though, I can extract, right? Refactor function, call it on login success. And then I can add the match arm for JWT. That looks kind of similar. Successfully logged into server using JWT. And then that's done. No, there's no username. Okay, next problem. Logging in. Okay, yeah, this needs to be cloned. Okay, the UI is done. Now to the back end. Okay, public message. Yeah, it doesn't know how to deal with the JWT yet. So here's where I'm just going to put something in there for testing. It's just going to pretend that it tried to authenticate and said, sorry, it was a bad JWT. So we'll just pretend it was bad. So what we do when it's bad is we just send a message back, right? Like this. The response is going to be server message auth failure string from sorry, I don't do JWTs yet. All right. I'm missing some punctuation, so I'm just gonna do this to find out which one I'm missing. What am I missing here? Expected a comma. Oh. 2 parentheses there. There we go. All right, that's done. Okay, yeah, and when it needs to be forwarded, what do we do? No, this is when it's forwarded to us, right? Yeah. What do we do for a password one? Ah, this is currently unreachable. Yeah. Okay, so let's close this guy, terminal, right? Yeah, so let's just rebuild the back end. Cargo build. Did this successfully restart? No, I have to reload. Well, that's interesting. Oh, because it used the token. Oh, that's sweet. Okay, so the CSS isn't right. I'll have to fix that. Cancel. Crashed. No progress set. Oh, okay. Cancel didn't do what I thought it should do. Cancel, cancel. That would be at this level, right? Yeah, this probably needs to be slightly different, doesn't it? I think I need to have 2 different operations. Actually, no, I don't, because all I need to do is just do self current activity is sitting outside. That's all I need to do. Reload. And then cancel. There's an error after we disconnected. That must have been racing this disconnect. Okay, well, the other thing it's not doing is it's not clearing the token out of our bar, which is actually kind of convenient for testing because I can just hit reload and it simulates that we're logging in with the JWT. So I'm not going to fix that to the end. In fact, that'll be very convenient to keep around. So we can do I can restage the backend so that we can at least see that it gets that far. So package and then serve. Okay, and then reload here. Oh, there we go. So it made it to the backend and said, sorry, I don't do JWTs yet. So that means the next step would be to it'd be all in the backend now, right? So the front end is doing the correct thing, although I might want to fix the CSS there. Before I forget, I should fix the CSS, because I have a tendency to forget to do stuff when I say I'll come back and do it, and I don't. I think it was this class that I'm missing, button bar. Thank you for the follow. I think, yeah, this needed to be there, which is just class. When I hit the wrong button and my cursor goes off into the stratosphere always bugs me. So this should rebuild in a second. Fingers crossed for no header balls. Yeah, he's been pretty good about it. So yeah, so it's doing the right thing. It says logging in with a little cancel button. All right, so then final test. What am I saying? Not final test. Another test I want to do is stop the backend and then reload. So this would be simulating lag. That it should attempt more than once. Yeah, so it's reattempting to connect. So if I start the backend now, it should actually get through at some point. Yep, and then get the correct error message. Okay, so then it's all in the backend. Where'd I put it? Here? Yes. All right. We need to do the same kind of thing that I was doing here. This function is already too busy, so I kind of want to refactor this first. Hey, familiar with computer parts? A little bit. I usually build my own computers, but I haven't built one in a couple years. I know that my graphics card is 2 generations old now. I have a 10 series. Your motherboard's bad because it can't take a good RAM. You need a new motherboard. You want to keep all your other stuff? Yeah, I understand that. Sometimes it's really tough to find a motherboard that'll match old memory. Or did you get new memory and now you need another motherboard? Sometimes it's hard to match that stuff up. So like when I usually kind of just consider them all together. That if I get a new motherboard, I get new memory. Or if I need to get new memory, I usually just get a new motherboard too. Otherwise, you have to kind of make sure that they match up. You have to look up the specs for one and make sure it's compatible with the other. And yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head what memory matches or what motherboard matches your 6600. I would have to look it up and Google, just like you probably will need to do. PC part picker? Huh. I'll have to check that out. You know what I did, which I can't do anymore, which makes me really sad, is I would go to Fry's Electronics. But they went out of business this year. I would just go to Fry's and say, hey, can you give me something that's compatible with this other thing? And they would look it up for me. PC part picker. So that's the 21st century way to do it. So I just go to stores and ask them. Yeah, so isn't the community great, Covey? Just come into a community of a very knowledgeable PC part people, and they just know where to go. It's what all the millennials are doing. Yeah, that and Newegg, right? I'm going to have to buy my stuff from Newegg. How are you doing, Turbo Dave? Yeah, this stuff is gross. Let's refactor this now. Extract function. Yeah, and the problem with this is I can't pass along the connection without a multi-borrow. So the function, okay, what's the error here? Oh, because it doesn't match. Yeah, it's going to have to find the connection again, which is a shame, but you know, that's okay. It can do that. These don't need to be strings, they can be slices, right? All right, and then this can be, hold on. What's this squiggly mean? Move out, right, so just borrow it. That's only used for debugging, I think. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. It's used to forward. Oh. What was the reason why we couldn't? Oh, because we're just borrowing there. Why can't we move it? Is it because we were borrowing here? So can I move while is it because I'm moving while borrowing? I think so. Yeah, can't move out because it's borrowed. Well, that's a bummer. I'm trying in my head to think, how do I do this without doing a clone down here or making a new one? Fun name. Handle player login with password. I'll just punt for now. So borrow and clone down here. With the to-do. See if we can do this without cloning the message. Don't tell me it's not clonable. Two owned? Oh, we don't have a we'd have to make the method ourselves, wouldn't we? Why did I get myself into trouble like this? I can do it this way. I can say that we need to own one. Do that and move this to do up to here. Clone. Yeah, sure. So I think I'll just implement clone for now on the here. Yeah, we'll just do that for now. Borrow that. Go to all references, borrow here. No. Right. Actually, okay, so I can't do that. Yeah, I need to refactor this. I don't want to figure this all out because it's getting me distracted. Instead, I'm just going to allow this warning for now. Allow. To do. Fix this. All right, yeah, that was just a distraction because it was just getting that code out of the way because I wanted to do a similar thing here. All of that. Well, yes, refactor and do a function. Self handle player login with JWT. Connection ID. JWT. Collapse that. Here, function handle mute self. JWT is a string. Or is that a slice there? That's probably a slice. Oops. This guy. And we're gonna want a similar structure to that. So why don't I just get ready to do that? Paste that here. This is where it put the stuff, but yeah, it didn't really refactor the way I wanted it to. Let's just drop it there for a second. Fun name, just delete this.
Okay. So Nui, I don't know if he meant good night to me or good night to Manes, but if he's meant good night to me, then good night. Yeah, we're gonna do something with it. Let connection equal unwrap or look it up. Yep. If we're the cluster leader, then start handling player. Okay, I want to rename this guy. With, let's just call it login JWT request. Rename this one to be login password request. All right, and then it's just a JWT at this point. Otherwise, forward it. Oh, yeah, we'll need the message. I should fix that because now we're cloning the message twice and I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Ultimately, the problem is that these two are part of that. Yeah. All right. I think I just need to take a break. You're leaving? It's past midnight? Okay, good night, Nui. It's been almost 2 hours. It might be almost time for a break. This doesn't exist yet. This I'm feeling more and more I should make this boilerplate with a macro. I think that'll be the refactoring I do today is this function and this function are a lot of it's the same. Oop. A lot of it's the same. This part is all the same, right? Close that, please. If we're the leader, we call something. Otherwise, this is all boilerplate, really. Okay, let's find where that's used. Okay, let's rename this one. This one's not right yet, right now. Yeah, so this should be handle forwarded player login with password message. And then here I can add JWT, and now it is reachable. It's handle forwarded player login with JWT message. And this is a JWT. All right. With JWT. Find the connection. Start handling player login JWT request. And there's where it all comes back together. Because there are now two ways to get there. We either are forwarded the login request from another server, or we're doing it ourselves because we are the leader. So I need to have that function. It's going to be kind of like this other one that dealt with the password, right? At least to begin with. I'm gonna, the moment I make it asynchronous, it's going to get really interesting, but it's not asynchronous yet. So this is JWT. JWT. I had that. Yeah, that's right. This is just that as reference. Okay. So we're not looking them up yet. All of this stuff is now different. We have to parse the JWT, and we have to verify the signature. And only then would we do a login. And it's going to be a different kind of login. So we have a login here. I need to rename this because this is login with password. With password. Client wishes to log into the game as a player using their password. Because we're going to have another kind of game command. Client wishes to log into the game as a player using Twitch. Login with Twitch.
And this is just going to be the JWT. All right. Log in with Twitch. Should be login with password. We'll just chop this off right here. Just print that. All right. Hold on. I think it won't just be the WT. By the time it becomes a game command, it's going to be the... Actually, it's going to be a lot the same as this, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. By the time we get to here, we need to have known the server ID, the client ID, and the player ID, but I don't need the password hash. We're going to independently verify that they are a valid player. So by this point, it's yeah. So then we can just make it generic. Like login authenticated. This is the content of the game command used to log a player into the game when they have provided a password to authenticate themselves. This is the content of the game command used to log a player into the game when they have already been authenticated. Like with Twitch or something else. So this is going to be login authenticated. Actually, then this could be login authenticated too. Client wishes to log into the game as a player who is already authenticated. Yeah. Okay. Then I can include what they had in here, right? Yeah, because we can at least print out... We do want to print out the server and client. Yeah, we want to print out all this stuff. Yep. I want all that stuff. All right. What's wrong with this? This should be with password. Okay, it didn't know how to rename that stuff, so we'll have to do it ourselves. Copy, search. Okay, it's not anywhere else. Okay, search for that, whole words and everything. Only there? Then I don't need this, do I? That's weird. I thought that would appear somewhere else. Okay, we'll just delete it then. It'll come back to haunt me. When it does, we'll fix it then. Okay, so this is all going to be different. Let's just put some boilerplate in here for now. That we just say it failed. Or actually, we can put in here for now. JWT is not fully supported yet. Just to make sure we get that far. All right, and then up here... Yeah. Handle when it's committed. Yes, we can do this. So login authenticated. Login. I guess we're just making another function to do this. Kind of like I did with apply login. Let's make this one apply login authenticated. And then I'll F2 this one. Apply login with password. Okay, and then that's all fine. Comma there. Go in here. Let's copy all this stuff. Paste. Apply login authenticated. Okay, so we look them up. We don't need to compare their hash. We just say that they're logged in. Actually, I guess one of these could use the other one then, right? Yeah, we could. Because all this is common. This is... Yeah, this is all common then. So this one, when it gets to this part, can just say well, it could just say apply login authenticated. Game state. Oh, this part's, oh, but I can nest one of these in the other. Yeah. Hold on. Now it's all screwed up. Oh, probably because of this. Game state. What? Oh, yeah. Okay, so this needed to match this. Why do I have that there? This got really screwed up. This should be, where is that? Yeah, I wanted to have that prefix in here. So this should be like that, and then this should be there. All right, and then down here with the errors, that's there. Okay. Then this one is this right here. Game command login authenticated, and I wanted to nest one inside of the other. Yes, so I wanted to put this here. What do I name it though? Then this is not really the right name, is it? Like this should be like login identity or something. How about player? It's more than the player identity. It's like player and it's like session, right? Session info. Login session. Sure. So session. I'll just call it session then. Because it's specifically a login session. Hey cat, you gonna meow? Do you need pets? That was weird. He just meowed while laying there. Okay, so document this. This holds information about the login session. Well, that's a bad comment. This holds the player's identifier along with the identifiers of the server and the connection of the server they logged into, and the connection of the player to the server. Didn't you rename login to session at one point? Yeah, but not in the context of the game command. So we're doing that now. That's why I picked the word session, because I remember that you told me that session was a good name, or you suggested session was a good name. So that goes here. At the lib level, game command login session. Oh, I changed the wrong one. And it shouldn't be login. Just be login session. And then this becomes session. I don't like how it didn't. Oh, I think it's not formatting here because these strings are too long. But if I do the concat trick, it'll fix it. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Concat to shorten it. There we go. That's weird. It didn't. Oh, because no. It's not coloring that correctly. It's losing its mind. All right, let's get our imports straight. Game command login session. All right, and then down here with password, and then with logins, game command login session. Okay, so then these are all session dot. And then here's where I should be able to reuse it. Apply login authenticated game state login dot session. Borrowed. Self ID, connections, work, all that stuff. Okay, and then this all gets deleted because it's all the same code. And I just messed that up, didn't I? I need to undo that. Because we want to check that. We want to check the hash first, and only do that if the hash matches. Yeah, I did that wrong. Ah, what did I just do? This goes inside the if, and all this gets deleted. Wait. Yes, that's correct. So if the hash matches, then apply the login, authenticated login, and it's a success. Otherwise, yeah, we need this set. This is under session now. All right. This just looks. It looks up that they are someone, logs them in. Yeah, this is all good. Game command. Login with password. This is all session, right? Game command login session. Session colon in front. Like that. Just watch my oxidizing C++ with Rust talk. It was nice to hear what you wanted, why you wanted to learn Rust. Yeah. I feel a little bit embarrassed about that video now because I made that video like pretty much right after the first round of learning of Rust, and then I think I've learned more since then where I ought to go back and like redo that video. And probably even if I redid the video, another 6 months would pass and then I would want to go redo it again. I know Dr. Marq, I've been breaking it very badly. That's okay, as long as we fix it again. Unnecessarily wrap by option. Yeah, that's just because I haven't written it yet. So I'm going to suppress that warning for now. To do, remove once this function is done, or has been written. Finished. It's a better way of saying it, right? Allow. I'm glad you enjoyed watching the video anyway, even though I'm thinking that I should redo it. Because we're not using it yet. I'm just trying to suppress the warnings. I've written so much code without testing that I feel uncomfortable. So I want to get this building again. Really? This would run again? I don't believe it. Oh, I guess I should believe it. Okay, so then let's just try it then. So this should at least get it to the correct server, the leader server, and then back to the original server that the client's connected to, but it should basically just still say that. Package and run. Okay, and then I'm going to reload from here using that stale token. Yeah, not fully supported yet. Okay, cool. All right. So far, so good. So then from here, this is where it gets really interesting because we can't do it synchronously. I have to do this asynchronously. Which means rather than up here, what we're doing here where we're adding a command, we're going to have to put this into the set of futures that we're having the server deal with. So I'm going to need at this point the futures. Either that, or I could do it with a work command. Maybe that would be easier. Is this the time for package plus run shell alias? The package already is one, so I could just add to this. I guess that just because I've been too lazy. In the past, I've done that all the time. Like I have this serve. I could reuse one of these. Was it update? I think I've always kept update, which did the packaging separate from serving. Just because in my mind, like I don't like the idea of updating the package and then immediately serving it is one command. I don't know. It's not too unwieldy that I'm reaching for making a new script yet. But maybe almost. Okay. Let me think about this. I think ultimately we need the work to be done in the future, so let's move it there right now. That means I'm not going to need this anymore. I will need all this stuff because this is what this is what we're going to put into the future. I don't need the game state though. I need all of these. I need all three of those. Because we want to say what JWT we received from which connection on which server. And I'm going to need the, it's like the work message sender. That's what it is. We're going to need this one. This is my mechanism to like feedback work for the worker to do asynchronous. Any kind of asynchronous work gets one of these. So that would go here. So I think we're just going to, actually, if we're going to package it into future work, then this needs to be like into string. Or, is that right? Is that the right type, into string? Or is it into string? I think it's into string. Yes. So it's like let JWT into, right? And then so it's just going to be let work sender unbounded send work message, and we need to invent a new work message like log in player with JWT. So server ID. Client ID. Oh, I didn't show this last stream, but I made these, I put these into new types so that I can't accidentally confuse a server and a client ID because they're now different types. JWT is a string still. We haven't delved into the JWT yet. So work message, login player with JWT, server ID, client ID, I'll just put the JWT into right here. All right. So yeah, we're never going to send something back out. So I need to change the semantics of this. So yeah, we're never going to forward something back at this point. So this is just simplified to that. Oh, and we don't need the state either. Right? It's just that. I do need the work message sender though. Actually, don't we already have that in here? Yeah, I already have it in self. Okay. So okay, this is an outside function, so it needs it. Right, so then this is just self dot work message sender. And it's just this done. So then I don't need the connection. And then I can fold these two together. Oh, well, yeah. I don't need to call that anymore. I can just call that directly. Right? So I can call that from wherever this one's called. Here. So I can just say that. I don't need the connection ID, do I? That is the server. Why do I have server ID then? Why are these different again? Oh, that's our connection back to this realm server. Yeah, we don't need that. So that goes away. So self, this wasn't a self. This is a self work message sender. Borrowed, right? Borrow that. Yeah, and this doesn't return anything anymore. Okay. So I can do away with this function completely. Yep. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Then I don't need the game state here either. And instead of that, it's borrow self.work message sender. And we're not sending a response. So we'll do that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Okay, does this make sense? That's self ID. So if we are the cluster leader, we don't need that. That's cool. For the cluster leader, then we start handling it immediately by sending a message to the worker to do it, because the worker does all the background processing, all the asynchronous work. Otherwise, we're going to look up the connection to the server who is the leader and send it a message. This basically the same message. So wherever this is handled. Here, we would get here, and we get to the same thing. Forward it to the worker to do it. So then it'll be up here in the worker where we have to add something, right? Yeah, handle work message. So field match arm, log in player to JWT. Okay, so here we have access to the future, so we can do asynchronous work here. The idea behind this, I don't know if you guys have seen this before, but this is something that the worker does here. And the worker is just this big loop. Well, okay, the worker calls handle work output from a main loop right here. The worker, when it serves the server, it has this big loop, and it maintains this collection of futures, one of which is the handling Control-C on the console when you want to stop the server. But it does things like anything that's asynchronous, like starting one of the web servers is asynchronous because you got to like load things from files and get sockets and that kind of thing. And anything that needs to be handled in a worker thread gets into that futures collection, which this loop processes down here in this select all. This select all being from futures util takes a bunch of futures in a collection and returns when the first one completes, and it gives out the output of that future, and then it modifies the remaining future. Actually, it returns the remaining futures, and I just shove them back into the futures, and then loop again. So every loop is going to complete one future in our collection of futures, and this handle work output handles the result of the future. If one of the futures that we can get is to process a message, and that goes into handle work message, and now one of those messages that we could be putting in there is to log the player in as a JWT, and we have access to the futures. So if we have more asynchronous work, we just make a box future and put it into futures. Which an example of that would be like here when a new connection comes in from another server. The making a connection out of a WebSocket pushes two futures in there. One that processes the messages from the WebSocket, and the other one that's used to stream to the WebSocket. And so one of those futures kind of looks like this, where it's asynchronous, and it just processes every message that comes from the WebSocket and gives it back to the worker through yet another worker message. So that's how I kind of designed the asynchronous work here. Hey there, Marco Dev. You love the cat cam? Yeah, so that is Casper. He might look like he's sleeping, but he's secretly awake. He's just thinking very hard. He's my co-pilot. In order for me to write this game successfully, I need a lot of brain power. My tiny human brain is not enough, so I have to rely on the massive pocket dimensional brain that Casper actually has. He might look small, but his brain is like astronomically large. No? Anyway, my attempt to be funny. So here's where I wanted to put the... Okay, I don't have it in the clipboard anymore, but here's where I wanted to put the error for now. Let's go find out where that is. Where did I put that? It's around here somewhere, right? Yeah, here it is. So if I want that to get back to the player for now, just to make sure that we're going one step closer to actually doing the real work. If I need that to go back to the right place, how would we do that? Okay, the work, this is inside of the Realm server, so we have access to everything the Realm server has, so we can find the right... This is the message to send. We need to find the connection. Really depends on if this server ID is us or if it's someone else, right? So if server ID equals self.id, actually this is the message to send back, right? A response. Then if we are the right server, then we want to take this client ID and find it. So if let some connection equal self connections get mutably the client ID, then we just send it to them, right? Connection.send response. Oh, this has to be wrapped into something, right? What does send want? A sync message. Sync message. Game public message response, right? I have to spell it correctly. Right. And send doesn't return anything, right? Okay, so if we're not the server connected to the client, then we need to send it to the right server. So that means we're going to do it slightly differently. Else, if let some connection equals connections get the server ID, then with that connection, we're going to send a private message. And that private message is this game private message. Let me cheat and find where we do this. Forwarded client response, right? forward to client response. I think that's right. There's a typo. Yeah, I just got that, right? Okay. Missing, what match arm am I missing? Oh, no, it's just that it's confused because I don't have the right level of, I don't have that. Why did it add this chunk? It got confused. Let me just delete that. I don't have like the right level of indentation somewhere. Let me find what happened. Oh, that goes with that, so this disappears. Ah, so here we go. I made a mistake. Server ID can't be used to look up connections, right? We have to look up, there's a server to connection map we have to go through first. But what is this problem here? Oh, right, we need to say what client to go to. Client ID, and then the response. Yeah, so this, though, is a little bit different. We just say if let some connection ID equal self dot realm server connection IDs get server ID. That goes there, this, and then at that level we do this if. And this is connection ID now. And borrow that. Nope, what did I do wrong here? Oh, dereference that, other direction. Okay, so let me try to explain this again. We're not using the JWTs yet, so when, I guess we'll just do ... there. Rather than handle it, while I'm doing this, I'm constructing a response to get back to the client. We say, if we are the server that the client is connected to, then we look up the connection for that client and send them the response directly. If we're not the server that the client is connected to, then we find out from the server ID what their connection to us is, and then we look up that connection from that connection ID, and then we send a message to say forward this response to the client ID, and then that one will then deliver it. So if I did this right, and there are no errors, we should get this now in the front end. Look, okay, I do have an error in the worker, non-exhaustive pattern. Okay, up here. Oh, I didn't do the this one, right? The rest of these are done. Log in player JWT, we're just going to write that out. Write f log in player with JWT server ID equals something, client ID equals something. And I'm not going to bother with the JWT. All right. Server ID, client ID. All right. Are we good now? Any problems? No. Didn't think so. building, and then package, and then run. All right. So now we're going to do the full round trip, right? Reload this guy. Not fully supported. Okay. And we're connected to 8088, which is the 12. Which leader's the server? Or which server's the leader? Who's the leader? 11. So it must have done the full round trip then. We're not going to see it in the log here. So if I wanted to test it fully, I would reload this until we see it try on all three servers. Okay. Okay, I'm not... Okay, there we go. We hit all 3 servers. So we're good. Can you decorate an enum with non-exhaustive if you plan... Or you can decorate it with non-exhaustive if you plan to extend it later so it'll force a wildcard match. Interesting. I didn't know that. Get off my lawn. Let me give you a point. So that's like while you're developing the code so it's not annoying. I'm leveraging the fact that I get that error to make sure I fill these in. That's like we were talking about earlier, what's the difference between C++ and Rust? Rust being a lot more type strict wants you to fill in every case. Like this is the equivalent of a C++ switch and these are cases, right? C++ won't really do this out of the box where it'll warn you that you're missing a case. I think with some compiler flags and some implementations of the compiler, it will warn you. Maybe even you can treat the warning as an error, but I think out of the box the language is very permissive and there's no way to like for every compiler to guarantee that you'll remember to code all the cases, right? Are you fully rusty? Yeah, pretty much the sweet. C++ will allow you to shoot yourself. It will also provide the gun. Yeah, and there are foot guns in Rust as well, but you have to unlock them first. Go has lints for it, which is nice, yeah. Yep. Some people don't like that I'm fully rusty now, but other people do, so I don't know. I'm doing what I want. I want to do Rust, so... I should have bookmarked where we were just working, right? Okay, let me just get rid of all... Oh, actually, where he just was is where we wanted to be, right? Yeah, here. That's the one good bookmark I want to keep. Get rid of... Actually, I want to keep that because we're going to copy code from there in a little bit. And there too. Okay. You know, this I might want to put into a function because it's very handy, and I might use this from other places where we have a server and a client ID and we want to send them a response. How do we do that? This is how you do it. So I'm going to take this and button it up into a function. Refactor into function. I'm going to call it self deliver client response. Or send client response. Yeah. What happened? Oh, there. Compilation time has improved. If it was bad, it's gotten to the point where it matches my expectation of how long compiling should take. Automod didn't like the word stupid there, but I'll allow it. Not phenomenal or everything, but incremental compilation helps a stupid amount. There are different levels of incremental compilation, right? Like when I do cargo build right now, you can see it didn't magically recompile 1 through 287 in a fraction of a second. It didn't even need to compile it because there's enough incremental linking in the cargo Rust system now where it knows it doesn't need to recompile anything I didn't change. I know what you meant though. You meant that even within a module, like if it knew that I only touched one function, maybe it only recompiles that one function. Yeah, I think you're right. It's at the crate level, so it knows I didn't touch any of the crates, so if there are 289 build steps, it knows only one of them was affected when I changed one line of code. So it's reasonable, right? It only took 5 seconds. So some people might say 5 seconds, that's a ton of time for just changing one line of code like that it would take 5 seconds to build. For me, I'm kind of used to taking that long. So, you know, it gives me a 5-second break to look off and rest my eyes. So I don't mind it too much. Thank you for the follows. Okay, so that send client response is nicely buttoned away. We can use it later. All right, so this is where I want to start pulling in some of the code from C++ that handled this stuff, right? So this first step to validate the claims is all of these things need to be correct, right? It has to be JWT. The algorithm has to be this. We have to have the key ID. We have to have a nonce. The issue has to be us. The audience has to be. Oh no, this isn't us. This is the issuer. The issuer has to be Twitch. The audience has to be us. The audience has to be the authorized party, and the issue at has to be in the past with some slop, and the expiration has to be in the future, right? Any of these things fail, and we fail. Also, it looks like when we get the sub stands for subject. The subject has to parse as a number that's positive or non-zero, I guess, or non-negative. So all of these things that we need to do first, I need to do it in Rust. So I'm going to cheat and use a crate that will parse the JWT for me. I had looked this up before the stream to pick which one I wanted. So I'll show you the process I follow. Just go into lib.rs or crates.io and that just search on JWT. I initially found this one, but then I'm like, I don't know if this is the best one. Let's search for all in the tags, and I found that this one is much more popular and claims to, where's it claim? Where's the claim that they make? It claims to decode them in a strongly typed way, and I'm like, yeah. So I think we're going to try to use this crate. Also, the dependencies match to what I'm already using. Base64, PEM, ring, SERDI, right? Whereas the other one, it's probably fine too, but it's using a slightly different set of crypto stuff. So that would, you know, if we're not leveraging the same crypto library, now we're going to end up having two crypto libraries when we really could just use one. So that's why I'm going to go with this crate. So let's just pull in the one from June of last year. So 7.2, JSON Web Token. Either is better than rolling your own. Yeah, well, get off my lawn. The justification I make of not rolling my own is I already rolled my own in stream 243. So if you really want to see me rolling my own, just go back to the stream from 2 years ago. It's archived in YouTube and all that stuff. Go back to stream 243. And I programmed this all myself from the RFCs. Had a good old time with that. So don't need to redo that. We can just use someone else's. I mean, I could redo it myself, but I'm just not interested in doing it today. J goes here, right? JSON Web Token. 7.2, right? Yes. Hit save. It's probably going to... Oh, no. Interesting. I thought it would give me an X saying that there's something newer, but I guess because this one's marked beta, it doesn't consider it the newest. Okay, now let's learn how to use this thing. So let's give us some space here. So I need to have a structure which matches the claims that we get from the token, which looks like this, right? So we could take this as a template, right? And make our own type up here. I suppose could we just put it in place for now? Struct claims, paste. Get rid of some of these braces that we don't need. And then I'm going to go down the list here. Oops. Try that again. Move one word over, go to the end of the line. Okay. These are all strings, right? Okay, some of them are not strings. Which ones are U sizes, right? So the expiration issue at are both U sizes. Actually, I'm more comfortable making those U64s. I guess it. What should I do? U64 or U size for a time? This is a number of seconds since the epic, right? So would that? I guess number of seconds implies it's a count. So U size maybe is more appropriate. U128. Yeah, I only need to make it live as long as me or longer, right? To be future safe. To be future safe, it should be a U infinity, right? Subject is also a number, and so is knots. So subject U size knots. Actually, we have a strong type. I really should have like a new type for it. I picked U32. Maybe have a note here. Whoops. To do this ought to use the same type that the free UI uses to create the nonce. Okay, and then they want me to do what? It needs to be derive, debug, serialize, and deserialize. Our claim struct, it needs to derive, serialize, and or deserialize. I don't really need to serialize claims. I just need to deserialize them, right? So what if I just do derive, deserialize? Yeah, and so that comes from crd. Oh, I got a lot of uses. Makes me think I should rethink my formatting decisions for that. All right. What are these? Are these saying that they're never read? Okay, fine. We'll read them. Don't worry. Header? We want to decode, right? How do we decode? Decoding. Decode claims, and then we give it a token, and we give it a key, I guess. That's weird. What if I don't have a key yet? Because I need to get the issuer, and I also need the key ID. Oh, do I have to have another structure for the header? No. Header's common, right? Let's just look at the API reference. Header is common? Yeah. So header has the key ID. Yep. So they implement the header, but not the claims. Okay, so let's look at decode. Can I just say no key? What if I don't have a key? Why make that key required? No, you don't need a key to just to decode a JWT. What? Okay, yeah, this might be what I want. But I don't just want the header, I want the claims too. Is there a way to just to decode the claims? Is it unsafe decode? Is that right? Deprecate, it's been function insecure. What? This might be what I want. That's a struct with the claims. Yeah, this might be what I want. I want dangerous insecure decode. Yeah, so this library is geared for like thinking that you already have this actually no, I could use this. I could just use decode header to get the key ID and then get the correct key and then call decode, right? Yeah, let's do that. So we're going to do decode header first. So we'll need this later. Let's just decode the header for now. Excuse me. This one, decode header, JWT, borrowed. That could fail, so hold on a second. I need to drink some water. My throat's getting dry. Yeah, so the key is going to come from Twitch. That was not the step 1 though. That was step 6. Well, step 6 is the verify. Step 5 and 6 is the verify. Step 4 is fetching the web key. We need to know the key ID, which is in the header though. Also, we should validate the issuer is correct. Would you ever use or isize when you can assume you're going to be running a 64-bit arch? I think the convention is to use usize when the type represents an amount of memory or a difference in pointers. Indexing into arrays, which, yeah, because indexing into an array implies that you are dealing with memory. So anything that has to do with the size or count in memory usually is usize. I think I abuse it and use usize for more things, because one of the things that I didn't like about Rust, do I still have that? No, I don't have that note up. Let me find it. There was a list of things I didn't quite like about Rust when I was learning it. I called it the not my favorite features. One of them was the preoccupation with integer sizes. So this leads me a lot of the time to having like distaste for these types, because if I don't care about the number of bits, I find these distasteful, so I'll end up using isize or usize, which is probably an abuse of Rust. I should probably just submit to using like U64 or U32 even, but it's sort of like my little private rebellion against over-opinionated sizes. And I don't find myself having to cast a lot. If I did find a lot of casting required, I'd probably submit earlier and use a type which doesn't require casting. All right, back to here. I think I wanted to put all this into a function that's fallible. That way, we'll end up doing an auth failure if it fails. So let's do that. Let's say if let if it succeeds, we know that there's going to be more work in the future anyway, right? Yeah, so this will only be if there's an error. If let error equal self dot login with Twitch decode header. Actually, we're going to do more than decode the header. We're going to do all of step 1, right? Validate the claims. Well, no. The way that the JWT library worked is we get the key ID and then we're going to get the key next and then go back, because they want me to verify the signature first. So I'm going to either, well, I could get the key right away, because we might have that cached actually. All right. I just don't know what to call this, like start login, I guess. Server ID, client ID, JWT, features. And we need the, oh, you know what? We're also going to need the HTTP client. How do we get that? I guess we'll need to pass it in to work message. And I'll say if we do get an error, then it's an auth failure. So put this in there. And the string will be the error message, I guess. We'll say, let's just say format here. Unable to authenticate. Actually, you know what I should do is have the standard failure and put the information in the server log, so warn or something. Unable to authenticate. Unable to authenticate player using JWT. And then error. And then here, this should just be the standard authentication failure response. Invalid username or password, right? Because we don't want to leak that information to the client. All right, so I need this function. I need the HTTP client. This should have just worked. Oh, string from that slice. These we're going to put into this function, so I guess we'll do this function next. This is going to return a an error of some kind, an anyhow result. All right. These things I need. I need them. Give them to me now. I just realized we're going to have that funky lifetime stuff to worry about because these are both by reference and one has a bigger lifetime than the other. That's okay. I've done this before. So these are all, actually these aren't all. This is a realm server ID. This is a connection ID. This is a string. Right? This would be a good time to make a Twitch login module or something like that. Yeah, you mean like put this in its own module? Probably. Why did this need self? It needs self ultimately because that's how we get back to the connections, but we don't need it at this point, do we? I'll just keep it for now. Self, why not? Okay, we know what the type of futures is. It's that. HTTP client, I don't know. Off the top of my head. Okay, here. Yeah, this weird stuff with lifetimes I'm going to need. Looks like my convention was to have the HTTP client come first. So keep that. So where was it? Here. Put the client first. All right, and then yeah, so this is generic on 2 lifetimes, where A is at least as useful as B, and that's the lifetime of each work item, because the client has to live at least as long as the work item, and right now it's just okay. And then I'm going to it's too bad I deleted it. But anyway, this is the work that we're going to do. Moves into here. Okay, so we need that client to make its way up to handle work message. Handle work message, right? Is that the right order? Yeah, okay. So again, this is also generic off of 2 lifetimes, where one is more useful than the other, because that has that much usefulness. Okay, so where is this used? Down here. All right, so here I need the HTTP client, please. You have it, right? Yes. Perfect. So you're okay with me passing that? There's no problems? You're not going to complain? No. So I have the HTTP client. I can give it to this one. So I should suppress the warnings now, because that huge yellow squiggly is annoying. To do remove when function is finished. Oh no, there was the other way we could do this, right? We could just say that this is to do. Oh no, but I wanted to, I don't want to do to do there because I want this to execute for now. You love the slight irony in Rust naming schemes compared to how strongly typed it is, and maybe, anyhow, some. That's true. It's where we're relaxing the strict typing to say well, whenever you use an enumerated type, which has variants, you're saying, I don't really know what this type is. Here's like some possibilities. Yeah. When someone says Rust is strongly typed, you're going to be like, what about the enumerated types? Right? So yeah, this would be a good time to put this in its own module, right? What goes into that module? I put this error handling here because I wanted to make this one return a result so we can early out, like this context, unable to decode JWT header, question mark, semicolon. I think for now, I just want to return an error anyhow. JWT login not fully implemented yet. And I just wanted to put this in the log for now. Just to make sure that the parsing is actually working. I just want to do that for now. Cargo build. See ya, Tomo. Getting late, huh? Yeah, it's getting kind of late here too. I kind of started late again. Yeah, it's gonna warn me about all these things I'm not using yet. That's fine. Okay. Package and serve. Reload. Okay, it said something different. Oh, right. I wanted to say something different. Yes. But in the log, it should say, yeah, not fully implemented yet. Okay, there's our JWT. Algorithm RS256, the key ID is 1. There we go. So next step is with the key ID, we need to look it up in Twitch, right? So that's a 2-step process. I wonder if there's a crate for that. Wouldn't it be cool if there's a crate for OpenID Connect? Then I wouldn't have to do any of this stuff. I think I might still want to do it because it's really not that much more than a few HTTP lookups. But it would be cool if there was an OpenID crate. Oh, look at that. Only 500 downloads for this one, 1,000 for this one. What's the most popular one? These ones don't have any downloads. So I guess it is this one. Okay, how would we use it? Right. I mean, I understand what this is doing, but why would it expose all this junk? Really, it should just be, I want a key, or really, it's like verify this JWT is correct. It should just do it. Yeah, this is just too complex for a top-level API. I guess they want their crate to be the most useful. So they just say, well, here's like a huge complicated API. We do everything. Really, I want to see an example that says, here's a JWT. Is it valid or not? Like it would do all of the signature verification for me, just do the lookup for me. Yeah, the number of different... Yeah, I don't think we're going to go with this one. I think this is just way overkill. They were just going to do it ourselves. Well, but I figured I'd at least look it up, because maybe there's something simple. All right, so we'll get the key ID from this. I guess we actually need to verify we have a key ID, right? Let key ID equal header dot key ID dot okay or anyhow no key ID found in JWT header. Question mark. So this should be a number, right? The string. Why is it a string? Why did they make it a string? Probably because in that RFC, generically it is a string, and not necessarily a number? And it's just conventional for Twitch to use a number? Case-sensitive string, okay. Yeah, all right. So I guess we'll deal with it as a string. So then, conceptually, just like in the C++ implementation, I'll have a cache, which, I don't know, I'll have to, at some point I have to deal with, if Twitch reuses a key ID, then we'll be screwed. But if they don't, because I don't think they, I don't actually know if they ever even rotate their keys, but if they did, we might allocate more memory every time Twitch rolls their keys. And yeah, there's stuff I'll have to worry about later, but I'll just keep it simple for now. I'll have a cache. Actually, if I'm going to keep it simple, why don't I just always look it up every single time, and then as an optimization step, then I'll add the caching at that point. Yeah, let's just do the lookup every single time. So don't need any of this stuff, right? Where are we? You don't need that. Oh yeah, okay, so then we start with the issuer, which we know is in our configuration. Oh. I don't have space for that right now. I'll have to make that. In our game configuration, we have a Twitch section, and in there we have OpenID issuer. Right, and it's supposed to take that string and add this one, which is specified in OpenID connect, I think, in the spec. And then we get that as a web request, and it should come back with a JSON thing that when we decode that, it should have a JWT URI. And then we take that and get that, and then when we get the result of that, we parse that as JSON and should have a keys, and then that's a map which should have a key ID. Basically, the key, where the key ID matches has the contents of the key. So there'll be an N field and an E field, and that's N was like the what does N stand for? It's like this. The E is the exponent. What's the N? Like the modulus of the public key. Either way, whatever it is, we use these to construct the public key, and then we can give that finally back to the JWT thing to verify the signature, right? So first things first, let's have it. Let's put space where we can register the Twitch issuer, OpenID issuer. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. How are you doing today? We're doing OpenID Connect with Twitch. So I need to, let's look at the original config.json that I had in, backed up here. So I had OpenID, so here it is, right? Now I suppose I could hard code that, but in the C++ code I didn't, so I might as well keep this going, right? That, and don't worry about these client IDs are not private. Secrets are, though. So in the new configuration, it's game configuration, right? I guess not. Sit config.rs. Yes. Okay. So at this level, I need to add some stuff, right? Yeah. So on the same level as realms, we're going to have a Twitch. So realms, so we're going to need to have a Twitch. And it's to import it, it's going to be Twitch to Twitch, lowercase. And this is game snapshot configuration Twitch. Pub struct that. Serially, deserialize, and serialize. And we have an OpenID issuer. So that. Pub open ID issuer string, right? Okay. What about that reCAPTCHA site key? That's a test key. This is the test key. If you actually Google search this, you'll find the documentation for Google reCAPTCHA where they have the example. There we go. So this is they even give you the secret. Look at that. They give you the secret. Shh, secret. Yeah, if you want to test reCAPTCHA implementations, that's the test keys that Google gives you. It always shows this reCAPTCHA is for testing purposes only, so that if you try to use it in production, you get thoroughly shamed. But yeah, I don't have to worry about that. And again, it's only the key; it's not the secret. I even for the secret test key, I keep it in a separate credentials JSON over here, which I can show you that one because it's in the test environment, but I'm not going to, just to be super, super safe. Okay, so this is in the importer tool, right? So we need to do something with it when we actually import it. And this is going to warn me that I need to actually fill the field with the output. So Twitch, have a function for this, I guess? Actually, I guess I don't need to. This is game snapshot Twitch configuration Twitch, where we have OpenID issuer, and here I get to pull from wherever I want. So I think I'm going to pull it from the game configuration. Is that a good one? Yeah, because I might as well just store it as a global variable. Do I even need it there? I could put it in the database directly rather than putting it into the config thing. No, this is where I want to seed all this stuff if I don't have a database. Yeah, so it needs to be in here. So where to put it here? I guess we just add it here. Pub. Twitch, well, what did I call it? OpenID. So Twitch OpenID issuer string. All right, so then that goes here, right? What's the variable name? Game config. Why is it so slow to check? Oh, because I have an error somewhere else. Okay. Yeah, so I need to fill something in there, right? So that would be filled in from this oh, right. It's from Twitch dot, right? Twitch dot. How come it's not helping me here? Oh, it's self.twitch, that's why. Yeah, there we go. So then this will get it imported into the new game. Oh, what's going on? Clone. This will get it from the old configuration JSON into the new one. And then I need to actually make sure it gets stored into the database at some... Actually, no, this will start in the database, so we're good. So then I can access it from here through the self, right? Oh, there was a way to get the game config. It was this, right? Map server configuration? No. Was it this, just this one? No. I think I had to do a map game state just to get the configuration out. Yeah, so something like this. I need to do this to sample the issuer string. So this is Twitch OpenID issuer. Cannot move out. Yeah, let's just clone it. Okay, so then we have the string, right? And then, just like this code over here did it, do I have a bookmark on it? No, I don't. Let's add one. To fetch it, we need to do this step. Well, it's a two-step process. We have to do a fetch to get that. So I need to get that. So, this is the first time in the backend where I've had the backend go to another server, right? So I haven't done this yet. So it's almost from scratch. HTTP client dot fetch. We need to make a new request. Connection use multiple resource. Because we're going to go to the same site again, I think. And then this gives me a future, right? So yeah, and this is where I need to make it into a work item. I should just make this whole thing an asynchronous function, right? Except for I can't. Yeah, I should make this whole thing a future that we put into the futures. Except for I can't access the HTTP client from there, can I? No, I can. I can borrow it. That's the whole point of these wacky namespaces. So I can borrow that and put it into my future. Okay. Anyway, let me finish this request. This is where have I done this before? I haven't done it anywhere. Yeah, that's the whole point. I haven't done this anywhere in this project yet. Where's the closest thing? Oh, no, I did. I've done it here. Yeah, okay. All this stuff. The API of my HTTP client is not the prettiest. Really? Why you no help me, Rust Analyzer? I am importing my own library. Okay, fine. I guess I can go to where I use it here and go to the top, find URI authority, and just copy this. I'm gonna just grab all this stuff, put it up here. If it's duplicated, it's duplicated. Find multiple times, sure. It's not gonna sort it until I sort my errors. Ha ha ha. Okay. The host. Oh. I actually don't want to do all this junk, do I? I want the target to just parse from that. Yeah. Yeah, I actually don't need these then. I don't need to set the scheme or the authority. Yeah, so it's just request.target. I've lost it. Here. It's an HTTP request. Let mute request equal HTTP request. Default, right? Or new. All right. Yes. Target equals URI parse all right. I need to look at my own type to remember this stuff. And it's not helping me out. So what happens when you write code, wait 6 months to use it? Oh, it is URI parse, and I just give it the string. Okay, fine. So this would be, we're going to format this, right? Twitch OpenID issuer and a static string that it's defined in the standard. Expect unable to parse Twitch OpenID issuer URL. Okay, I don't need to do that. So then this is a future right here. Future equals. What I'd like to do is just do an await on that. So I would like to move all of this to an asynchronous function if I can. This really went up here. I don't really need to do that anymore, actually. Let's keep it around till we're done. All right. What's wrong with this? Okay, it really just wants me to do okay or else. Empty, just a closure. All right. Let me get this moved into a future. Yeah, because I suppose we can deal with all this stuff in the future anyway, right? Yeah. So this should just be futures.push start login with Twitch boxed. Well, it needs all its arguments. It needs these particular arguments, not the futures though. Boxed. But yeah, I need to push it down one more level. Okay, so how about this one will be login with Twitch. And there'll be another one that's start login with Twitch. So, okay, so this one is a future, async, right? And the way it works with my work thing is it has to be a work output. Let's put in a placeholder for now. Canceled, sure, why not? Just to get it to compile, right? And then, I don't want self here, actually. Do I? I can't remember. I think we can use self. Well, that worked with that self. I don't think we can because it will hold on to a reference to the realm server that we can't do that, right? Looking for where I've dealt with these features before. Yeah. That's right, we can't deal directly with the realm server, so I'll have to pull what I need from it, do the asynchronous operation, and then the work output that we use down here has to have everything that's needed by the realm server to continue the work. So that's fine. We can specifically borrow the HTTP client. We don't need the futures. We actually don't need the self. We don't want the self. But I'll have to do like this, grabbing the issuer out first. I guess I would do it up here. Oh, it's way more complicated because of that. Well, okay, well, just for now, let me grab this. Grab that. Paste it up here. And we'll just add that. Okay, and then that goes here. String. Actually, let's put that there. Like that. What's wrong with this? It's not found because this needs to go outside. Actually, all of this needs to go outside. You go outside. Down to here somewhere. Let's put it at the end, and I'll just sort this later. Okay, and then I wanted to move this into here. This uses the self there. Okay, so that, remove that. This should then do an await. This can now be asynchronous. Shouldn't that be just login? Yeah. Start logging with Twitch with that stuff. Get rid of the self. Okay, yeah. We're gonna do this in a work item. This sending the response. So it'd be nice if I had a generic work output for that, like send client response. Sounds good to me. Send client response. What should the type be? It should be all of the things that I need. Back. Server ID client. Yeah, it should follow. It should be all these things. Here. Server message can be imported. All right, so then this would be. Do I have a work output? Nothing. I don't have anything. I guess we'll just do. I'll just add a none to this. None. There we go. So then this would be else. So then I can turn this around and do a match. Match start logging with Twitch await. Okay. To work output none. So if we get an error, then we want to do this. And instead of sending it directly, we do a work output send client response. All of these things. And then I can get rid of this. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Features can go now because we have it now in the async there. So then login with Twitch is done. This should be login with Twitch. So the idea is that login with Twitch is going to be the special kind of asynchronous function that works with the worker. And everything that needs access to the server state needs to be handled in the work output. So this, we package what the worker needs, and we say, okay, the work output is you need to send the client response. Here's the information you need. If we log in successfully, right now we're not needing to do anything, so I have a placeholder. The start login, it's since now we're in an asynchronous context, so we can do await. So this can all be asynchronous. So and we can return an error. So we can decode the error. We don't need this anymore. So we can actually, instead of doing a future here, I can do an await on this to get. I actually don't remember what we get back. What is this thing? I don't need. Oh, we get that, right? That's given to us. So that can go here. That can go right there. Yeah, so what type is that X? It's going to be result, fetch results or an error. So I can do a question mark, or I can do a context. Anyhow? No, context. Unable to fetch Twitch OpenID configuration. Question mark, right? And so then X will be a fetch results, which is a response and an upgrade, which we're going to ignore. So the response will have our status code and headers and body. So I guess the next thing would be, so this is OpenID configuration response. Long name, right? So we want to make sure it's a status 200, right? So if this response status code is 200, let's say not equal to 200, then we will do return error anyhow. Well, anyhow lets me format, right? I can say anyhow unexpected HTTP response fetching Twitch OpenID configuration. Something and then another something, right? Because we have these are long names. I already regret it. We have response dot reason phrase and then status code. Yeah, and this is too long, so concat that to make it shorter. There we go. So if we don't get status code 200, then do that. And then let's just print out what we get at this point. It should match what I got in C++ here, right? We should get a JSON body that has this URI in it, which is what we use to actually fetch the keys. So then, yeah, let's just print them out. Info. Twitch OpenID configuration. And we'll just do a pretty print. Or just a raw print, or debug print. This dot body. Is there no body in there? Oh, probably because we're inside a macro. No, there's no body. What do I have in there? Oh, it's response.body. That itself should be a vector. Okay, so I can convert that into a string for easy reading, right? Oh, how do we do this? I did this in the UI, right? Main.rs? No, it was lib.rs. Here. Oh, but no, I didn't use my own API for this. Where did I do this? I guess I did this in Rover. Main.rs in... Oh, I don't have that available here. Shoot. Was it rover.rs? Yes. Okay. I had a special module called coding. I don't even remember writing this. Okay. Decode body as text and it handled all this junk. Wow, I don't remember writing this. Oh, but this only handled... oh, this handled if it's a character set. So really, this is only if it if we handle only if we need to handle these kinds of character encoding. So I don't need to worry about this. It should be UTF-8, right? If it's content type JSON. So I don't need this. So let's close all this stuff. It would just be well, let's just get it as a variable here. So open ID configuration equals. It's like string from UTF-8, right? Yes, and then that, and then context unable to unable to parse Twitch OpenID configuration as UTF-8 question mark, and then we just print it. And yeah, if we get down to this far, we'll just see that it's not fully implemented yet. Okay. We're not using these yet. Not using this one yet. All right. Yeah, I didn't need that or that. What else did I not need? I didn't need deserialize. Okay. It's a lot of work. A lot more work than I thought I needed to do. But I think this should work. At least it should get us this stuff. Cargo build. Nope, I got an error. I didn't cover some stuff in the worker. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so then fill matrons, but it's gonna add all this junk. That's not what I want. I just want one of those, right? Actually, I can just hover over it. It can tell me what I'm missing. I'm missing none and send client response. So let's do the none first. It goes here, right? Self none. Write f none. And then send, right? So self send client response. And that is these things. Try that again. Select to end the string, comma. All right. Write f send client response. Server ID is something, client ID equals something. Do we want to print out the response? I guess so. Response equals debug print. So this is really long, so let's do a concat. Comma, server ID, client ID, response. Let it format it for me. All right, that's one down. One to go. Handle work output. All right, so none doesn't need any work. What's your opinion about borrow checker? I love the borrow checker. It allows me to get the code to work almost every time as long as I get it to compile. It does make getting the code to compile harder though. I think it's worth it though because you'll see me struggling with the compiler a lot, but once I'm done, it generally things just work. It's probably gonna, yeah, I can put it up here, right? The none case, or work output none. So I can delete this line. Like the hardest thing I've had to deal with in this particular crate was when I had to set different lifetimes for my HTTP client, borrow, and the work items in the collection of features that we deal with. I had to understand how to make one of these. This is basically saying the A lifetime is at least as useful as the B lifetime. In other words, that these work items are able to hold on to this HTTP client because the work items, the HTTP client, I should say, the HTTP client reference lives at least as long as every single work item. So once I figured out the borrow checker helps me make sure that I don't take this reference and make it live longer than any individual work item. So the figuring out how to tell the compiler what I want is the hardest thing. Once I've figured out how to tell the compiler what the constraints are, like that, now the compiler has my back. If I accidentally try to hold on to this HTTP client too long, or actually what's worse is if I have a work item that lives longer than the borrowed reference to the HTTP client, it just won't compile. Now, you could argue that the way the compiler tells me that I have a problem is maybe not the best. It takes some practice and experience to kind of figure out how to interpret the compiler's errors, and that's where you kind of hit your head against the wall and have a hard time figuring it out. But I think it's been getting better as the compiler gets evolved. That the people making the compiler error warning and errors prettier, they're constantly making them better, so that who knows, years from now it might just tell you exactly what it thinks that you're trying to do, and here's what you do to change the code to do it. I don't know. Maybe we'll be getting rid of lifetimes because the compiler will be like, well, this is plainly what you want. I don't know. Probably not though. Okay, send the client response. This is where I want to actually do the work that I had commented out over here, right? Where did I put it? Did I delete it? I think I deleted it. It was just to call a function, right? Send client, this one. We just want to call that function from this work item. So it's self.realmserver.send server ID, client ID, response. That's all I wanted to do. The only reason I have this work output send client response and send it over here, the only reason I construct that and return it out of the future to be done over here. So yeah, from here to here. Why don't I just call that directly from here? The reason is I don't have a reference to self, this realm server. I don't have a reference to this back over here. We're in an independent work item that we can't borrow the server's reference here because we need in other work items to be able to get to it as well. Well, not work items, but in other features that the worker ends up doing in parallel, so to speak, it will need to grab the realm server and sometimes mutably. So I don't have a way to get it from here. I probably didn't explain that the best way, but that's okay. This should work. Cargo build. Nope, I have problems. What's this problem? Oh, I didn't initialize in the test. Yeah. That's right, I didn't. What should I put for this? How about Pepe? So we just want to see that it shows up here. Right? Where exactly should it go? Here? Twitch, open ID issuer, Pepe. And actually, we can run this test now to make sure it works. Looks like I have another error, though. Oh, that should be string from. Okay, tell this you're going to hit an error, so don't bother finishing. Nah, it'll cache its intermediate results, so it's okay to let it run. It's just an excuse to hydrate, right? Oh, I'm already done. Save, run, and then I'll hydrate while it's running. Pass the test. All right. What other problems do we have? No problems. Fine. So, cargo build then. We do have a problem. No problems. Problem. Okay. It's in a different crate. No, it's not. Worker.rs. Why would it tell me I didn't have a problem and now it has a problem? Oh, there it is. That's odd. It didn't tell me I had that problem earlier. Did I not hit save? What are we doing? Working on the login as Twitch feature right here. So in my game, I have this, you can do login with Twitch, and it redirects to Twitch, gives us back a JWT, a JSON Web Token. And the idea is that giving that to my game will like look it up and make sure that the signature matches, and then look up who you are, and then figure out which player you are in the game, or if you don't have a player yet, let you make one. And we're doing it all in Rust. So that's what we're doing. So I already did the front end work. Is not that much. I can show it to you really quick. OpenID. I thought it would be there. Why is it not here? Token? Yeah. Oh, because, yeah, hold on. It's, login with... Sorry, I'm not prepared to, like, explain this right now at this moment for some reason. Where did I put that button? Oh, wait, I know where I put the button. I put it in the login screen, and I tabbed right past it. Yeah, here we go. So this is how, when you press this button, what it does is it gets a random number, it redirects you to Twitch's authorization endpoint, and it says, hey, this program wants to get an ID token to identify the whatever user is using this browser session, right? And if you get a token back that will prove that the user is someone in Twitch, redirect back to our app, right? And you go through the login process with Twitch, and it comes back with a token, right? Which is on this screen. It gives you back a in the hash, that's what they call this thing, the hash of the URL, it gives you the token. So I extract it out there, and then I pass it to the front end of my game, and that's what I'm back into the game, and that's what I'm working on right now. So that's in this file down here. There are many steps to get down into here, but essentially what we do is we decode the JWT to get the header, to get the key ID out, and then we got to fetch Twitch's OpenID configuration, and that's as far as I've gotten so far. Once we get that configuration out, we then go find where the keys are, and then when we get the keys, we look up the key by the key ID, and then we take that key and we go back to the JWT and we verify its signature. So we're not doing Oauth, we're doing OpenID Connect. They're very similar though. What language should I do? I'm using, this is all in Rust. So if you would like to learn more about Rust, there's a nice place to start. And if you want to see other streamers programming Rust, we have a nice list there. So if you follow the links in my today command, there are, like, if you want to learn more about the technology behind it, like JWTs, what the heck is that? JSON Web Token, JSON Web Signature, all that. The technical docs are there. But I'd suggest just doing, if we just search for like login with Twitch, how it works, right? Actually, I had that page open there. Twitch's authentication, OIDC. This talks about, it's fairly technical, but and they don't have a great, like, in layman's terms, overview, but it's better than nothing, I guess. But I'm implementing what they describe here in the OpenID Connect implicit flow. So where we use Oauth is if I wanted the game to act as you on Twitch, whereas OIDC is where I just need to know who you are in Twitch, and that's all I need. So since the only reason that I need the this login with Twitch is it's a substitute for entering a username password, right? It's just a way to figure out who you are, that you prove that you are a certain identity. So you prove that you are like Raimu8354, and then, okay, I don't need to talk to Twitch anymore. I just need to know that this connection is verified to be Raimu, and so let them control Raimu's character. So where Oauth would come in, which is also described in the getting started for Twitch, this stuff, is if you were making like a chat bot or something else where the bot needs to actually control a Twitch account and do things in Twitch like chat, or do pub sub, or what is it? The like working with channel rewards, or detecting raids, or starting a raid, that kind of thing. That's where you'd use an OAuth token. So my game also is my chatbot, and so I have that, but I'm not working on that today. Thank you for the follow. Okay, I got it to compile, right? Yes, so then I can package this. What happened? Oh, right, wrong terminal. Thank you for that other follow. I appreciate all the follows. Right. Package it, and then run. This is the backend that I'm rebuilding. And, oh, it's crashing. Oh, because we added a configuration variable, and it's strongly typed now, so that means I have to re-import all the data. Here's where I wish I had a script to do it. So it's going to be cargo run bin game state JSON -s. Oh, and I'm doing the wrong shell, a wrong directory too. Definitely need to make a script for this, right? A game snapshot and the tickets, and then import, and then realm Null, which is just a random name. Okay, so it imported, and then we can do an export just to verify it looks good. Export, and then I can actually look at what it made, config.json. I'm not to update it anyway. So yeah, this is the thing we added, right? It wasn't present before, which is why it crashed before, and I need to fix these up while I'm at it here. 200 alpha. Okay, and then need to overwrite the game database in all 3 instances. We gotta delete, I don't really need to, but I'm gonna go ahead and delete the log files too. So these are the changes to the game after the database snapshot. Now it should be good to run it, I think, and it shouldn't crash. Actually, from here I can just say orchestrator. Yeah, so now we're running. And I'm going to just hit refresh here. Cool. And we got the OpenID configuration. Look at that. So we got the JWT header. It said the key is ID is 1, and then we fetched this is from Twitch, right? So in here there'll be this JWK's URI. So that's the second step. We fetch that, and then that should give us back the list of keys, and then we can look it up by this key ID. So here it should get a little bit easier because I already have all the stuff I need to work with HTTP client, right? So it's gonna look a little gross. So right now I'll have to do refactor this, but this is fetch the Twitch OpenID configuration. All right, and then we'll just copy this because it's almost exactly the same, right? Here we're gonna fetch the Twitch public keys. So the whole reason we did this is from this OpenID configuration. Oh, we should parse this as JSON, shouldn't we? So to parse this as JSON, I would do a srd JSON from string, borrow that, and then that could fail too, so I need to have like a context for this level. Unable to parse it as JSON, right? Question mark. So now this whole thing should be a JSON value, I think. Probably because we have errors down here. Let me comment this out for a second. This whole thing is unknown. Has a unit value? I thought, doesn't from string give me back, oh, it gives me back a result. This is meant for like if I had a specific structure in mind. What if I just want, if I just want a JSON object? It would be two value, right? No. How do I just get a... I forget how to use srd JSON. I'll have to look it up. I just want to get it as a raw JSON. So how do I do that? How do you do it? Oh, I just say it's a value. Okay. I guess that's the default, right? It does say unknown. It's because I'm not using it, right? I'm actually wondering what it will do if I don't say a type here. Oh, it's going to be a unit. So I have to actually say srd JSON value, right? Now it won't be a unit. It'll be an actual, just a generic value. So let me just run this. Cargo build. Thank you for the follow. All right. Don't need to re-import anything. Just stage it and run it. And then I'll just hit refresh on the front end. Refresh. Okay, so now it looks a little bit cleaner because it interpreted as a JSON object, right? So in here somewhere, yeah, this is what we want to extract out of it. And I think it's just one level. I don't know, let's take this. It's actually hard to read this. Probably wasn't a good idea to, oh, hold on. Probably wasn't a good idea to do a debug print. I forget how to print it even nicer. Is it just display trait? Planning to start your channel doing a project live as I do it, maybe learning. I think I did have some advice on streaming. I don't remember where I put it though. Don't do it in Spanish and English. Well, that's cool. I can't remember where I have advice on learning programming, but I don't think I have I don't remember where my notes are for advice on starting a channel. I guess I would just say overall, like, advice on streaming coding would be number one would be set up a comfortable environment. Number two is pick a schedule or format that you can maintain. So avoid burnout, in other words, and then decide what you want. Decide what you want from the streaming. So that could be, do you want views? Do you want money? Do you want attention? Do you want to entertain? To learn from chat? To teach chat? This is a multiple choice, right? To decide what you want, like before you start. And then I would say get a good audio setup. I guess we could just say audio video setup, because there's nothing worse than going into a stream and like the audio is terrible. And then I guess, well, part of that, this is a little bit debatable, but this is debatable. I get a webcam, a good webcam. Some people do really well without even having a face cam. And also, you might not be comfortable showing your face. It might be kind of nerve-wracking to be looking at a camera. So it's sort of debatable. But my opinion is that if you have a face cam, it's more likely people will engage with you in chat because they can see the real person behind the stream, and it's more of a social thing. And then what's another piece of advice as far as this goes? Oh, decide your the level and amount of chat interaction. So there are two extremes, right? Do not totally ignore chat. The other extreme is do not completely get engrossed in chat. I've seen both of these. I can't stand either kind of stream. You have to have some kind of level in between these two, and that kind of picks or decides the kind of audience that you'll get. So if you hate talking at all to other people, you could do this, like totally ignore chat, but probably no one's going to watch you because like it's going to be boring. Unless like you're doing something in the coding that's just totally phenomenal. You basically, if you don't interact with chat, then you have to have some other reason for people to come into chat or to watch you. And the other extreme, if you totally get engrossed with chat, you'll never get your work done, and so it'll almost be like clickbait. Someone's be like, oh, he's saying he's going to code in Rust or something, but he never codes, he just talks to chat. I might be in danger of doing this right now, right? I'm getting engrossed in this and not doing my normal work. So decide and stick to your level and amount of chat interaction. And I guess another one would be decide how you're going to moderate the channel. So if you're going to do it yourself, then you're going to need to dedicate some amount of attention to it. Maybe use AutoMod to help you, or maybe you find a few friends that are willing to like moderate for you, or maybe you start out small, and as if you get regulars, you promote them to be a moderator. But you need to have some kind of strategy, because inevitably you're gonna run into problems with chat if you don't get moderated. It's actually against terms of service to run a stream and not actually moderate your chat. You can get banned because you fail to moderate your own channel. So have a plan. Decide how you're gonna do it. And yeah, that's my advice on streaming. I should save this somewhere. I guess extra. Another one would be decide how much entertainment extras you want. So some people play music. Other people have like stream avatars. Some people have chat commands to mess with the streamer or do things in the overlay. All right, that's kind of like stream avatars, but more interactive. Oh, another thing is set up a chat bot to help with FAQ and other FAQs and other things. Well, and similar questions. Just say that. These are not particularly in any order. I'd say some of these are just things you'll discover if you don't know it all going into it. You'll just discover that, hey, I'm just getting asked the same questions over and over again. If I had a chat command to answer it for me, like, what am I doing today, right? Then it becomes just a lot easier. Other things are like, you'll probably want to decide up front because, or at least think about, because these can help make your channel more fun for people. As long as it fits your style. You notice that I don't play music on my stream, but a lot of other people do. I don't play music because I just don't want to mess with any kind of potential copyright stuff. And also I figure, I really like the idea that if you want to listen to music, why should you be forced to listen to the music I like? Just pick the music you like and play it at the same time you're watching me. But if your style is different, then you'll want to pick what works with you. Also, if you decide how interactive you want your channel to be, decides like how much of this stuff you want to do. Rockobest, thank you for the resub for 2 months. Thank you very much. So I want to save this somewhere. This is, if someone asks me again, I'll have this. Stream notes. Streaming advice. There we go. All right. As far as like chat interaction, I try to go straight through the middle, do some work, like 50% work, 50% interacting with chat. No problem, Dakiri boy. Good luck with the streaming. Oh, and I should add, another thing I should add is be aware of burnout. That if you try to be, like, if you try to be someone you're not, and you aren't a really good actor, like if you can't be someone you're not, and you try to be, to make your stream more popular or something, it's going to be like incremental stress, and you won't notice it until you've gone a few months, and then you'll feel like this is just I'm burned out. I need to take a break. And that happens all the time on Twitch. People take a break from streaming because it becomes too much of a stress source of stress. I think the best way to alleviate stress streaming is to be yourself and to pace yourself. Okay, so we got that. I want to do this part now. Yeah, I tried to be a cat, so then I got a real cat to do the cat role. You understand? Everex is exactly right. Okay, so this request, what is the request? Oh, I suppose this should be included in that down here. The second level request we need to fetch from OpenID configuration. The what is it again? JWKS_URI. Did my terminal just crash? Oh, how embarrassing. Why you crash, terminal? Alright, anyway. We lost it. Good thing I got it in the clipboard before it crashed. Okay. This has to be a string, right? And this might not give us a string, so we'll do a context. Unable to find JWK's URI in Twitch OpenID configuration. Question mark. All right, so this will be unable not to parse it, but actually to parse it, but it's not the Twitch OpenID issuer. It's the Twitch JWK's URL. And this is, well, URI, URL, it's interchangeable at this point. So, okay, this is going to be called, whoop, hit the wrong key and I ended up somewhere I didn't want to be. This is JWK's response, right? So we're going to fetch from there. And unable to fetch Twitch JWKs. So this is... Actually, we know it's JSON, so we might as well do the same thing, right? This is JWT's, is grab this response, enable to parse it as UTF-8 and then as JSON, and then we're going to print them out. Cargo build. Stretch. Oh, another thing, streaming, decide what you want in the background. So if you're like me and you're married and your wife doesn't want anybody to see your messy house, get one of these green screens or blue screens. Either mine's attached to my chair, or you can have a drape behind your chair, or be in a room that it's okay to stream from, and set up your OBS. Actually, I should have included that. Decide what kind of software you want to use. Streamlabs OBS or OBS Studio. I use OBS Studio. Now I'm thinking of like things I can add to that list. Stage, orchestrator, localhost. All right. Starting up again. Reload. Oh, we got it. Look at that. Twitch JWTs. So here are the public keys available to us. Right, so there's a KID. That's the important one. So we want to find now in the returned keys the key with the matching key ID. That's okay to carry by. Don't be sorry. I like that. Like, again, I'm balancing 50-50. 50% work, 50% interacting with chat. And the chat interaction doesn't necessarily need to be exactly what I'm working on, unless like I'm really in the zone, and then I might say, well, I'd like to answer that, but I'm trying to focus. So you shouldn't, and also don't, I don't think people should ever be sorry asking questions. And the whole point of me streaming is to be distracted anyway, so I think it's fine. Don't worry about it. All right, so we need to find the keys array inside of the object, and then array will be of objects. Actually, this should have a specific schema we can parse, right? In fact, the other one might have a good schema we can use too. Maybe that's the next step that I should take, is rather than just doing a general parse of that, I should just use serde JSON and pick out what we want. Yeah, why not? So then we would give a, we would define a specific kind of structure for this then. So struct OpenID. What are these? I don't know. Suggested types? Configuration. I can't remember if I need a semicolon there. I don't think I do. Yeah, so then derive deserialize. So this will be this key that I wanted, right? Where is it? This one. String. Cannot find it because, oh, does this have to be outside of a function? No, I just don't have it pulled in here. I must have deleted it. Yeah, I did. Deserialize. All right, back down here. It's just saying I don't use it, right? Adding items after statements is confusing. Okay, well, I'm going to refactor this anyway, so let's just suppress this for now. Allow. Something else? Or that suppressed just didn't work. Okay, can I just allow that globally in this scope? No, I can't. What am I going to do here? I guess I can move it out. You know, that's okay. We can move it out. So it's going to be defined out here now. And what's going on here? Dead code, never used. Well, we're going to use it in a second. So I think all I need to do here is change this to that. And then we would just be saying unable to parse it, right? Sure. And then for this to work, I need to implement debug. Dinner time? Enjoy your dinner. You have a great week as well. This will probably be the last week I'm streaming for a while because I'm starting a new job on Monday and I haven't yet gotten authorization to do streaming and coding and stuff like that outside of work. They have like a procedure. I have to get approval for it. I have to tell them what I'm going to be doing. And apparently I can't tell them until I start, which I'm like, okay, fine. Cannot index into a value, right? Because this now is just dot. And I don't need to do an as string or a context. And so that's simplified. Okay, now let's do the same thing for the actual JWKs. So I'm actually tempted to just look at it myself by clicking on this and going to it and showing it on screen because it's actually kind of fun. Let's do that. All right. And actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to, because I don't like the white background, I'm just going to put it in here. I'm going to say it is JSON, and I'm going to do format document. There we go. So that's what we expect back, right? It's an object with an array called keys, and that array is of objects which have things, and then the only things we really care about, the exponent, the key ID, and then I think that's just a modulo, or that's not the module. It's the public modulus. I can't remember the term. I don't know why they use N. The other stuff we don't really care about, right? So let's just decide. Let's just define a structure for all this stuff. So let's call it JWKs. Keys is a vector of JWK, right? And then a JWK has a E string, kid string, and an N string, right? I don't think we're going to really care about debugging these much longer. No, let's do the debug for a second. So then I just replace this with JWKs. And then it shall be unable to parse JWKs, right? And now we should be seeing the key information we care about. Cargo build. This is why Seerd is kind of cool. Do you see what I did there is I can have Seerd JSON parse it directly into my structured type, and it's all through the magic of deriving this deserialized trait. All right. Running again. Reload. And there we go. So we just have the key that we care about, and the N and the E, and that's all that we should need, right? So now we have to find the key we care about. So that's what we're going to do next. Locate the public key which was used to sign the JWT. So let key equal JWK's keys iter find the key where, and if we can't find it, so find will have to have an unwrap or else return. Well, the return or else gives me an unwrap or else gives me an error, right? No, it doesn't. I need to do an unwrap or, right? How do you get an... Oh, no, it's... sorry. I need to do an an OK or else. Because I want to get a result out if it's a none. Yep, result none to error. So this will be anyhow unable to find the key used to sign the JWT. And then question mark. Okay, and then how do you find the key? It's that the key dot key ID equals this key ID. Okay, so obviously I need no, I can just call it key ID, right? Key kid equals kid. So then that will be the public key that we want. So then now let's info that. Key used. I'm working in Rust also. Oh no, who are you talking to? Learned about find and clipping. Notice you did a filter followed by a next. Yeah, find is just syntactic sugar for that, right? I guess it's actually a little bit more complicated. Oh, you did a filter followed by a next, and Clippy said, well, you should just use find. Yeah. So if I just filter next, it'll just give me that warning, right? Yeah, look at this. You probably saw this, right? You probably saw called filter dot next on an iterator. This is more succinctly expressed by calling find instead. See, that's why Clippy's the shit. Is that what we're supposed to say? Halsey Clippy. Yes. Exactly, precisely that. All right. Cargo build. Sorry I'm doing this iteratively, but hopefully it helps. It's helping me break the problem down into smaller problems, and also hopefully anyone who's watching is more likely to understand what I'm doing because I'm doing it in incremental steps, but the process does take longer. Reload. Okay, so it found the key used. This is good. So now the next trick is to import the... Basically, we have to decode the E and the N, and I think the encoding used is base64 URL. So I have to do base64 URL decode of those two, right? So, yeah. Let E equal key dot E base64 decode. Oh, how do you do base64? Is it config? Yes. I need to have a config, right? Actually, I don't remember how to do this, so I'm gonna look it up. Base64. How do we do base60? Oh, is that what do we need that? Are you telling me this one doesn't do that? I thought this did everything. Yeah, this one takes a config. Oh, we only can configure padding. How do we do base64 URL format? I think goat is the phrase those damn kids these days shakes hand. Greatest of all time for those unaware. Okay, I don't know if this crate can actually be used for this then. Is this it? URL safe? Would I be more comfortable if they actually said what it was? Like there's a URL that... Okay, let me find this. Because I did this myself, right? Yeah, so there were two encoding tables, right? The URL encoding table, because that actually has a name in the RFC. It's base64 URL, right? Where's the spec spec? What? Do I have it in the README? Yeah, there we go. Open README. base 64 URL. Yeah, that's what I was hoping to see. Okay, so I guess we're hoping that void again is right. That, well, we'll know if it's not right because it just won't decode properly, right? What I'm worried about is that this might be decodable as base 64, but we might misinterpret it. Okay, if EverX seconds it, then we'll just go with that. All right, so then I do need this config, right? Because is that how we say it? That constant is used where? It's a config. All right, okay, cool. So I do want decode. So what does decode do then? Right, it's base 64 standard. Okay, cool. Then I want decode config. The input is the key.e and the config is base 64 URL safe. All right, and that can fail, right? So context, unable to decode the E component of the what is the thing? It's a JWS key, right? JWK? Question mark. Move out. We're not moving out. We're doing that. All right, and then we're doing the same thing with N. And then the final step was to construct a public key from that, right? I don't remember how to do that. That was in Ring, right? Oh, wait, no. We're going to use it with this crate. So whatever this crate wants. This wants something called a decoding key. Ah. It's probably this, right? If you have the NE public, use that. But it wants a slice. Okay, I guess it's doing the base 64 decoding then. So maybe that's what I wanted all along. I'm going to guess that's what they wanted all along. Base 64. Yeah, if they're taking a slice, I guess we can look at the source. RSA modulus exponent. Yeah. I hate looking for like the letter N or E though. They don't want it base 64 encoded, but if it's a slice, it's gonna be random binary, right? I guess I should look for base 64. Maybe not. So how does it work then? So definitely slices. How does it work? Right now, they're going to be vectors of bytes. They're not slices. They're vector of U8s. When we decode, we're decoding to binary, so it's just bits. But if their API takes string slices, that kind of implies that they're going to do the decoding. So I'm looking for where they actually do the decoding in here somewhere, or basically the verification, validation. But maybe it's not in this module. I wish that their documentation would be more clear. I'm going to guess that they're doing this from the perspective of someone has it in the format used in the transport in the HTTP, right? In the JSON. So I'm going to comment out that then. And I'm just going to say so really this I guess gets shadowed. Let key equal JSON web token decoding key from RSA components key.n and key.s e, and that's infallible. Okay, that's a problem though, isn't it? Okay, we need to borrow here. That shouldn't be infallible. That should be fallible. Okay, unless they delay the parsing of the components of the key. I don't know, what happens if we print it out? What do we get? Actually, let's not just do that, but let's also do the validation we did. Let's do the full validation of the JWK. So it's this, right? It's just decode, right? The token JWT and the key. And I don't know what we need for validation. Validation new algorithm, okay. This would be JSON web token validation. Okay, I already lost what I had in memory. New JSON web token algorithm RS256, right? Okay, let x equal that. What do we get? Need to borrow the JWT there. Annotations needed. Oh, because this actually is tied to the claim structure we use, right? Yeah. So, yeah, here's where I need to pull in the claims that we were using. And that's here. So let's pull this out. Lost what was in my clipboard just now. All right. Let's call it Twitch JWT claims. And Magic Foo, we should get one out, right? Yes, so there's a result with an error. So we'll do an expect JWT or invalid JWT, right? And then, oh, it didn't like, oh, not expect, context. So that's our claims. So claims. Info, claims. We will need to derive debug for that. All right, let's try that. It's not that we're not giving it bits though, Everx. We're giving it letters in the base64 URL alphabet. Right? These are not decoded. These are not. The base64 decode is fallible. So I'm just wondering at what point do they? Okay, two possibilities. Either they want me to actually pass in bytes, but they use the wrong type here. They used string slice. Okay, you can't see it because chat's in the way. If I close that, maybe. They take a string slice. But maybe they meant it to be a slice of bytes. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that they're just accepting the base64 encoding, which might be invalid, and then maybe I don't see the error until I try to decode. And maybe one of the possible errors here is that the key is bad. All right? Possible. Let's see. Let's try it. Reload. Unable to authenticate invalid JWT because of invalid type string expected use size. Oh, shoot. If it's actually got double quotes in the JSON, I have to use string. Okay, so I think it did accept the key then because we got the claim out. So Well, actually, no, we don't know. It might. Yeah. What window was that in? This one? Okay, yeah, the subject is a string. See that? These really are numbers, but okay, that and the nonce are both strings. Okay, so I got to fix the types on this guy. The nonce is a string. We have to decode the string, though. And this is a string that we also need to decode. Build. Ooh, package and serve. Serve. All right. Refresh. Expired signature. Actually, that's fine because I know it expired. So I guess I should get a new key then. So log in with Twitch. Wow, that's big. Authorize. JWT. Oh, no, we got it. We got the claims out. Cool. So then the last step would be parse the subject and the nonce and make sure the nonce matches. Actually, what I was going to do is what I did in the previous incarnation of this is we keep a track of the numbers that were actually used in the nonces and then not use it a second time. You guys can't even see that. There. We need to track which ones have been used so that we don't use it a second time. And then this subject is the Twitch user ID. Right? Nice. And then I'll have to refactor all this junk. Let Twitch user ID equal claims dot subject what? Claims dot claims? Why do they have a substructure? Oh. So it's not really claims, it's just a JWT. JWT claims subject U32 parse that dot context unable to parse Twitch user ID from JWT question mark. All right. Am I using this wrong? Is it? Sometimes I get this backwards. Is it that dot parse as U32? I can never remember which way it is. Okay, it's that way. JWTs are really nice, and we just got it to work. Yeah, so we want that, and we want the nonce. JWT claims nonce, same thing, right? And then we want to make sure that the nonce is not one we used before to prevent replay attacks. Actually, I'm going to test this because I'll hit refresh twice and it should accept it the first time and not the second time. Oh, we don't have access to our memory for the nonces, do we? Yeah. You know what I can do is I can say this is the end of the job, the work item, and then just pass these two back. And then in the worker we can verify that the nonce it's not a replay attack. And if it's not, then we just do login of that user. Second context needs update. Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you, Everx. Always here to back me up. I appreciate that. This is nonce. Yeah, I think we'll end it. I think that's how we'll end it here. So, I mean, not end it, but actually then, where is this used? Right. So we'll make a type that we'll use here for the work output. Let me think about this. Actually, I think what I'll do is I'll, instead of having this match, I'll just have it return a result work output. And then we'll map errors to do this. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm gonna do. So then this really isn't I actually did all of it, even though actually no, that's not true. This only gets the Twitch user ID. We have to pass this back into the Realm server to see, is there a user with the matching Twitch ID, right? Yeah, okay, so then, anyway, this is going to be result of work output. So we'll need to make a new kind of work output for, didn't I have one for login with Twitch? What do you think, Copilot? He's still asleep. He's been asleep this whole stream, hasn't he? He's like gotten up maybe once. What a lazy Copilot. Names. I have a hard time with names. I'm looking for. Did I already make a work output for this before? That was similar. I don't see it though. I guess this is what I added before, right? So then the work output would be like login with Twitch then. And the parameters we would have are Twitch user ID and nonce. That's the final output of that work item. Why is that showing up in a different color? I don't know. Okay, anyway. Back here. Yes. So then, yeah, the final output here is, okay, work output, login with Twitch, Twitch user ID and nonce. Okay, and then this gets basically delegated back out. What's this? Oh, right. Yeah, so I want to change this from a match to a map error. Or, no, unwrap or else. Or computes it from a closure, yes. Do I get the error in that? I do. So, error. That, right? Extra parentheses. There we go. So that lets this be fallible. If we get an error, we turn into a different kind of work output, which is to send a client response that we were unable to authenticate. Otherwise, it's going to feed back to the worker to do more with this. So then I have to decide what to do in the worker for that, right? Unwrap or else. Self login with Twitch. Yeah, I could put all Twitch user ID nonce. This is just if I show it in diagnostics. So yeah, the right call with this. User ID equals something, nonce equals something else. I kind of have a feeling that I'm going to want to make these into new types as well, just so I don't mix them up later. But we'll deal with that later. Okay. Fill match arm. This one goes up here. I wish it would insert it in order. All right. So like, what would it be? Self dot continue or finish or finish login with Twitch. Twitch user ID nonce. Oh, but we need more information. We need the information passed through that we had available down here, right? The server ID, client ID. Yeah, I need to pass those along. So I'm going to need those in work output here. C goes at the top and goes there. Okay, and then that gets included at the very bottom. Client ID, server ID. All right, and then that's in order for us to have it available this level. Here, I don't care about it so much, so I'll do dot dot. I guess I could include it. Yeah, okay, fine. Client ID, server ID. It's in the wrong order. Nonce goes there. Now I'm being just pedantic about this whole thing. I'm being nitpicky. That's what I am. Client ID, nonce, server ID. That. If I just hit control dot here, I was hoping it would fill it in for me. Client ID, server ID. Yeah, to pass all of these things. Server ID, okay. So then there was a start login with Twitch at this level? No. But I really meant to call realm server dot. Because then that's over here. There's a start login. Right. So there's the start login and then the finish login. Oh, we're at the wrong level. This should have been called start, shouldn't it? Yeah, well... Oh no, we're not even at the right scope still. I need to go into implementation. Oh, okay. Did I decide to go directly out? I know I'm speaking gibberish. Hold on. What was the name of the function? It was start handling player login JWT request. That's what I called it. And it did go directly out. Yes. Okay, so it doesn't really matter what I call it. Where I put it, really. Let's just put it here. Finish login with Twitch. Wait, what scope are we in? How come this doesn't take a self? What is this doing here? Why did I do, let's fix this. Fix this while I'm at it. Yeah, there's no reason for that to be in this type at all. This should go outside the type. Get out. Get. I'll put it here for now. I'll put it here for now. I'll fix this up later. All right. Mute self.
Basically, these are the parameters. Okay. Wait. None is never constructed. Yes, it is. Do we have an error somewhere? Oh, geez. Too big. We're running it into the function too big. Too many lines. All right. To do refactor this. It be too big. Allow it for now. Okay, the other warning went away, right? Oh no, we still have the none. Why does it say I'm not using that? I am using it. I'm using it right there. Why would it say it's never used? Constructing it, I'm literally... Oh, I'm not. Okay, its warning is correct. I never make one of these. I must have while I was working on it, but I'm not using this anymore. Okay, good. Thank you, Clippy. Clippy has my back. All right. So then these should be the only warnings, right? Yep. Okay. So I'm going to want to get to the game state and find the player, right? Yeah, I'm going to want to do one of these. Self game state map game state to ultimately, what do we want to know? We want to know the player ID. And we also want to know, okay, it might be a result, which I'm okay with. So GameState.players.find iter find. Actually, it won't be a result, it'll be an option. Find player or player.id. Don't tell me I'm not storing the player ID. Oh, this was hash map. Yeah, so it's find player ID, comma player, where player dot. Oh, more state that I have not pulled in from the database. So this needs to be like Twitch user ID. That doesn't exist yet. Let's add it. That's back in game state. I could actually I can trace this back to the type. Yeah, right here. So go after this, right? Twitch user ID option U32 for now. This is the player's Twitch ID if the account is linked to Twitch. It's possible to make an account in my game and not be linked to Twitch. In that case, this would be none. Okay, so if we add that there, then we're going to have compiler errors in game state about constructing it, right? Yeah. So, yeah. So we need a Twitch user ID, right? So I'm going to have to add another get. So that's going to be whatever I put in migrations for player. Where is player? Oh, there it is. Twitch ID. Twitch ID. And there we go. Now we have the Twitch ID. Twitch ID. What?
Oh, I called it Twitch user ID, didn't I? Yes. Oh, right. So this would be that equals sum, or would it be matches? 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 No, matches goes front first of all, right? Matches that, comma, sum ID if ID equals that. What's wrong with that? Lifetime may not live long enough. We can move that in so it will live long enough, right? And we can move that in too. That's fine. What? Should live long enough. Hold on. What doesn't have a long enough lifetime? Oh, I want to do a find map. Because I just want the player ID. So find map, move it to if it matches some player ID. Else none. No? Come on, man. Give me a hard time. What is this about the lifetime? Is it because it's borrowed? Yes, I need to copy it there. All right. So we have either some player ID or none. So then I'll just say if let some player ID equal player ID. This else should be kind of like what we did before with the like bad username and password. Auth failure. How exactly do I do that? Bool then? Is there a then? Sarian's always there to catch me when I forget to use something in Rust. Thank you, Sarian. I think my assistant there is trying to telepathically let me know that too, but I think he kind of got too preoccupied. Where were we? I need a break. That's what it is. I get tired and I forget where these things go. It's if this fails. Yeah, it's that. Search all references to that. In the worker, yes. This is what I want. I want self.this. Self.that. Oh, and that response is a auth failure. This one. All right, cool. So that's if we couldn't find them, we just say invalid username or password. Actually, this is not what I really want. What we really want to do if someone logs in with Twitch and there is no player for them, we want to say that, hey, welcome to the game. Please pick a player name and then just create an account based on that. So maybe we'll have a to-do here. The to-do is to do what now? To rather than failing authentication, offer to let the user create a new player account linked to this link to their Twitch ID. Twitch ID, yeah. If we find them, then we'll do an auth success right now. Actually, that's the same exact thing here. In fact, I can move this completely out of here, right? I can move that to there and say that the response is this. Like that. Is it not called response? Oh, wait, what am I thinking about? It doesn't have a name. Okay, and then it's auth success. Yeah, it's just a simple message. Auth success. But I have to do a little bit more than that, right? I have to call apply login authenticated. Oh. I'll need to do this while holding on to the state. Can I call that while holding on to... I can't call that. Shoot. I can move that completely up to the top. That would probably make more sense. So this moves all the way to the top. Ooh, what do I put here then? A sub function, probably. Well, hold on. Let me think about this. Yeah, I want to do a map, don't I? I want to move this game state map to here. Then we get the player ID, which is just this. Find map if matches that. Wait, what? Yeah, okay, and then this part. Yeah, this is probably going to be a sub function. Okay, so then do I need to make that mutable? Oh, map mute. Yes. Okay, I need to make a new session here, so... and borrow it. Right, server client player. Server ID, client ID, player ID. That we need to get before, so let self... Oh, hold on. Yeah, that's our own self ID. Self ID equals self ID. That's because we can't reference self once we get into this, otherwise we'll have a multi-borrow problem. And yeah, I need to get connections too. Let connections equal mutable reference to self connections. And I need the, what's going on here? Found module? Connections. And I need the work message sender. Self work message sender. Okay. Now we should be good, right? It looks ugly. No, we're not good. What's wrong here? Oh, I'm missing something here, I think. Comma, right? What else am I missing? I'm missing a parentheses there. Okay, what's wrong? Oh, self and self. Okay, so I construct the response fully and then send it. Let response equal that, then send response. Okay, now it's probably going to tell me I can do a... Oh, there you go. Sarian. Okay, no, you said to do bool then. That was for here, right? It actually, Sarian's better than Clippy then. Okay, but Clippy found something different. It wants me to do a map or else instead of... Oh yeah, because this is a constant, right? So... Actually, will this just reword it for me? Hold on. Quick fix. Try. I put the whole thing into a closure and it sort of works, but it looks ugly. Where's the error though that's causing this not to indent properly? There's no error. Then why is this not working? I don't get it. I guess I'll just do this myself. Basically two closures, right? Map or else make a failure. Map the player ID to that. Okay, this is getting annoying. Why doesn't Rust format this? I don't get it. What did I do wrong? It's formatting this, but it won't format anything inside of this closure. Is this closure just too complicated? Ah, so frustrating. Anyway, this is where we could use the bool then, right? So you were saying I can do let match equal ID equals, well, just matches, right? Dot then player ID. Nope. Expected a closure. Okay. All right. Why did it want a closure? All right, whatever. And again, it's having trouble formatting that. It's such a shame. Okay, we should have an early return though if this number used once. Wait a minute. Oh, this one server is going to do the checking, right? And this is always done on the leader server, I think. Or no, it's not. Oh no, it must be because that's this. Yeah, this has to be done on the leader server. Yeah. Or is this done on all of them? Oh, you know what? This is a problem. I can't just apply it. Can I? Yeah, I can't do this. This has to go through a game command. Yeah, I'm shortcutting it. I can't do this. Yeah. Do player Twitch user ID equals sum ID then, rather than matches? Which would look better? I think the parentheses make it look a little strange, but I could do something like let match equal player.twitch.user ID equals sum. I can't call it match. Is match. Is match then? I didn't like that. Can I find... Oh, because I wrote that wrong. There we go. Fixed it. Thank you, Sarian. Yeah, you rewrote it as ID also. I just copied from you. Okay. So now it is formatting it. So it was that was confusing it before. Was it just because I was using matches? Anyway, The problem here is that we can't just call that directly. We have to put it into the game log and replicate it first. So, shoot. I'm gonna have to comment this out. And yeah, because I'm running out of steam here. Actually, let me see how much more work it would be to do this. Otherwise, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Apply. Let's see where this is called. So final references. It's called here in handle log committed. If we get a login authenticated. Oh. Then I could leverage this. Then okay. Now I know what I need to do. I need to just find where this is referenced. And make one of those. Where am I making it? Shouldn't it have found where okay, it didn't find it for some reason. Let's search all of .rs files. Okay, I don't see. How come I'm not seeing it? Oh, I know why. This is new. It was this one I had before. Okay, yeah. I forgot I did that. That's what happened. I did it earlier today and I forgot I did it. So this is what I want, really. I want to do like, oh, wait a minute. Actually, if it's already on the server, I just do this directly. Let me put that there for now. So yeah, it would go, this would go here. And I would not want to send a response. Okay, so then the response is conditional. So how would I handle that? Like let some response equal. And then I would have to say some there. Actually, that's where I don't want it. Some here. Yes. Then this would be none. Ooh. Yeah. This is game command login session with just those things like that. But I need that. Did I not get this right? Oh, sorry. This is login authenticated. Yeah, I need that. Wrapped sync center. Do I not need the work message? I don't. So it's just that. Cool. I didn't need connections or self-ID either. Right, so we still haven't verified that. I'm wondering if I should put that into the command. Should the nonce go into the command itself? What's the ramifications of that? When we replay it... Okay. I could put it into the command, and then the command handler would check that it's used once. Or I could just early exit with a fail if it's... Okay, if I return early with a fail, that means every server that this is local to one server, so it's not as secure. If I put it into the command, then it's global for the whole game and it's more secure at that point. Yeah, because then we would just add for every player what nonces were used to log in. Yeah. So then let's include that. And it's not every... so the login with password won't use a nonce. I need to make the nonce optional. Oh, hey, kitty. He just woke up. I think he's hungry. He's hungry. He hungers for sweeter meat. This is not in alphabetical order. It's gonna get on my nerves. Neither is this. Oh no. Pub nonce optional U32. Right. This, I don't know, this doesn't feel right though. I feel like this should be only checked. It should be checked before we form a login session. That's okay. We'll just say if a login method is used which is vulnerable to replay attack. If login method is used which is vulnerable to replay attack, a number used once, well, this number used once is provided to ensure the login, well, they ensure a replay will fail. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, so then this will include the nonce. But then when I use it for password login, I have to set it to none. So in the execution of the login, with the login session, the login authenticated, we'll just have to check the that we only allow the nonce to be used once, right? Yeah. Okay, I think I just need to make sure that this can only be called from the leader. So let me trace it back. I don't remember. So login with Twitch, where's that reference from? From here. So is this only done by the leader? Login player JWT. Yes, it's only done by the leader. So if we are the leader, we call it directly. If not, we forward it, and then when we receive the... Okay, so it's... I need to make a note somewhere, I think, that, like, this function will only be called from the leader. The consequence of calling it from a non-leader is that when it gets appended here, that this would give me a warning in the log saying, try to append the command when you're not the leader. Okay, so leader gets here, logs it. Well, this is for the password one. What I wanted to see was the other one. Login authenticated. This one. So yeah. If we find a player with that Twitch ID, then we continue. We might return early that, and we end, hold on. Oh, did I lose my note? I think I lost my note here. I had like a note that I didn't want it to fail if we couldn't find a player for them. To do, instead of denying the login, the user should be welcomed to the game and allowed to create a new player linked to their Twitch ID. So right now we're gonna say auth failure, but in the future we'll have to say that the connection is an authenticated Twitch user, not a authenticated player, and then the only thing they can do is then create an account linked to their Twitch ID. Yeah. So that'll be some future work that I do. So now it'll go to that, and I already wrote the rest of the code for that, so I should be able to test this now. But I'll have to log in. I'll have to. I guess I could fool the game into thinking that my account is linked to my Twitch bot, or I have to use my other account, which I'm hesitant to do, just in case, you know. Okay, let's try it out. This is going to go to the route and say that it's going to go into here, actually. Actually, it's going to be that the token is, yeah, expired signature. So log in with Twitch, authorize. Okay, so it authenticated, but my I don't have an account linked to it. So I can hack that though, right? Actually, to hack it would be to change all 3 database copies. I could change it in one and then overwrite the other databases. I could do that. So let's do that. So find the database. One database copy. Getting tired. The cat's yelling at me. He's like, I want you to feed me now. GameDB. Open database. Players. All right, so then let's just change it to Alex. We'll have it log in as Alex. I think all I need to do is set the Twitch ID for Alex. Yeah, so new SQLite, update players where ID is 44, set Twitch ID equal that. Execute on, oh, I can actually execute them on all of them. Oh, is it that the where clause goes after the set clause? Okay. Which one did I just execute it on? I guess I can dump this again and see what it is. Okay, so there it is. It's in this database, which is which one? 10. Okay, so close that database. Now I need to overwrite the other 2 databases. So copy stage 10 GameDB to 11. Well, stage 11 and 12. Okay, now I've hacked the database so that my bot is linked to Alex. So now it should be able to log me in as Alex. So reload. Hey, look at that. Player Alex is logged in. It worked. But now the problem will be that if I reload, it allowed me to log in a second time with the same JWT. So we should not allow that, right? So that's the final part of this, is that we need to include numbers used once for every player, and like only let the JWT only allow the login if we haven't seen the nonce before. And that needs to be on every server when we execute it, right? Actually, there's a problem. If a server goes down and then comes back up, I was just thinking of putting the nonces seen before into memory, but I can't do that, right? They have to go into the database. So I need to make a table. Okay, maybe I postpone this work till tomorrow. If I want the numbers used once to be very strong, I want to keep track of them. Not forever. We only need to keep track of it until the expiration time of the JWT, right? And after that, we can dump them. In fact, we can make that just something that the game just does regularly. When it makes a snapshot, it can just drop all nonces that have expired. Yeah. So
I'll do that. I'll do that next time. I think I'll just wrap things up for today. I need to feed my cat anyway. Log out. Oh, that's a little cleanup step that I should probably do. We should clear the URL bar in the UI. So yeah, that should be not too much trouble, right? That was in lib.rs in the UI. I did it here, right? Yes, I did this. That's a nice thing we could just put into a function, right? So refactor extract function clear. What are we clearing? What is it really called? History? History. Okay. Let's see. History. The history field of the object. What is the history field? The read-only property returns a reference to the history object, which provides an interface for manipulating the browser's session history. Pages visited in the tab or framed that the current page is loaded in. Okay, so it's a history API. And then what's replace state with URL do? Well, look. Replace state with URL. The replace state method, okay. Modifies the current history entry, replacing it with state object. So the current history entry is the term for it. All right, so clear current history entry. Clear window current history entry, right? Wait, what's window? Windows window. So I don't really need to pass that, right? No reason to pass it. Oh, because window is reused. Let window be window. Okay. Yeah. I don't really need to say that, right? Yeah, I don't know why I wrote that comment. It should be obvious that I want to do that if that's something. So let's just say if that or JWT is something. Okay, let's test it out. So now it's connecting to the server. Did I shut the server down? I did. Why did I do that? Okay, so it cleared it. Did that work correctly though? Log in with Twitch, authorize. Okay, yeah, so it cleared it. If I reload, it should get me back to this screen. Yeah, that's correct. It's weird that it always wants to reauthorize me every time. Cool. All right. Ready to check it in. So this is like first cut at login with Twitch feature. Yeah, it needs a lot of refactoring. Something is pulling in base 64, a different version of it. Huh. Ah, JSON Web Token is using an older version of base 64 for some reason. Yeah, I knew about Musin's crates. I've seen him work on his Twitch API crate a bunch. The other crate that he made that I was considering using the other day is one where you can add to cargo, and it prints out
a feature tree. So, and I wanted to use it the other day because I was tracking down a bug with what was it? Something that had a standard feature. Oh, logger, log. I had trouble where in my cargo.toml I had to add this, but I only had to add it if I built it in that directory. And it turns out the reason why is other places where other places in the overall workspace that are outside of the Realm server, we're pulling in Simple Logger, and Simple Logger pulls in log with the feature turned on. And the way Cargo deals with the multiple packages all being dependent on the same package is it takes the union of all the features that you enable. So this works as long as I build it from the top level. But the moment I try to build it in just the subdirectory containing the crate, it failed. And I didn't know why, so I considered using Musen's crate that shows the feature tree of a build to find out, well, what's enabling the standard feature. And obviously I needed to be enabled, but why did it work before without me enabling it? Something else was enabling it. What was it? And I could have used this crate for that. Instead, I reasoned that it must be Simple Logger, because the only other thing that uses log indirectly or directly that I know about was Simple Logger. Yeah, so Musen's been making a lot of useful crates. I might consider using his Twitch API crate, although I have fun using the Twitch APIs, like I was doing today with the OpenID stuff. I'm actually curious to see if Musen has done the OpenID Connect in the Twitch API crate, because it's sort of not quite tangential. Is that the right word? It's not. It's sort of similar. It's sort of related to the Twitch APIs. It's, in fact, as implied, if you look at their docs, they cover some of the workflow here. So one might argue that a Twitch API crate should cover everything covered in, in the entire Twitch developer documentation set, right? Not just Oauth, but also OIDC in addition to, events and PubSub and stuff like that. Anyway, I'm happy because I got this working. We're forming the commit message. Yeah, so JSON Web Token is being pulled in because of the change to my cargo toml here. So use JSON Web Token crate to validate JWTs. Use OpenID Connect workflow Twitch workflow. Well, workflow with Twitch to obtain JWTs from Twitch. Well, hello, kitty. I'll feed you in a minute. You want to walk in front of the camera and say hi? Oh, there he goes. It's almost like he listened to me that time. I need to feed him. Okay, so add Twitch user ID. Load player Twitch IDs from the database. That's that change. That's that change. Okay, I did add some more stuff to the game state, right? That's that. Oh, right. Add, what was it? It was the configuration option, right? Wasn't that? That's that load one. This is it. Add Twitch OpenID issuer config URL URI to game configuration. That's that. The Pepe there was a test. Okay. So I guess these are implied by this. So just stage that. Yes. I'm just looking for things that I am not mentioning in the commit here. Okay, so I should say to do. Users who log in with Twitch but have no player account are denied login. Instead, we would like to invite them to create a player account. All right. The other to do, what was it? There's another to do here, wasn't there? Oh yeah. The nonce field is not checked to detect replay attacks yet. I need to decide, does that go in the database or do I have some other scheme to handle that? Yeah. Yes. Okay. We need a bunch of cleanup. The code is a mess and needs refactoring. Smile. Okay, let's just go with that. Yes, this is the mechanism to make part of that asynchronous. To offload it in a sense. Okay. These are the UI changes. This is the new credential type. This is the UI side of holding onto the JWT. I didn't check to see, we should drop the JWT after we use it. Okay. UI probably needs to drop the JWT after sending it to the server, to the game. Or really after placing it into the login credential. The login credential itself is cleared normally when we log in or we fail to log in. But I don't remember this JWT state. I don't remember if we take it or not. If we take it, then I probably already did it. I just don't want to check now. I'm tired. And yep. Okay, yes. Filled in the to-do. I'll put that in a separate commit. Okay, so this is first cut, yes. Submit that. I'm going to say add streaming advice note. All right. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. I'm going to go find someone to raid now. I'm going to get to go feed my cat and then relax for a bit. Following. How about Anthony writes code? Hold on. Anthony writes code. Pre-commit.ci auto update day. Python AWS Terraform. Sounds like fun. Just another note, like I was saying earlier, this is the last week I'll be streaming for a while because I'm starting a job next week. And so I should be streaming tomorrow, but there's only like 4 streams left probably for a while. So anyway, hope to see you tomorrow. Please enjoy Anthony Writes Code and hope to see you next time. Bye.